Alright, looks like we're live. What's up, everybody?
This morning I'm gonna row sign says
Hit 425 back squat today. Sick, Matthew. Congratulations, dude. Ugh. I slept all day. So that's some sort of an achievement. Wish Jason made more cooking videos. Those were the fucking best. Should have made like an entire cooking channel.
gonna be training shoulders and trim pieces muscle. I'm mad. Unleash the beast in me. Unleash the demon. The demon's unleashed. You mess with the wrong peanut, baby. All right. Come on.
Don't drop the weight on Chuck's feet.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Ain't nothing.
Really, Jason?
I gotta get angry.
Come on.
Ain't nothing.
Squeeze the dumbbells, get a good grip. Perfect.
Come on.
More.
No ROM.
Much more. Come on, two more, no matter what. One more. Good.
Ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. I'm pissed. They pissed me off.
You're looking particularly massive today, Jason.
Yeah. I'm pissed.
Pissed and massive, dangerous combination.
That's right.
Sick.
Remember, this way you're using Jason is Chuck's wet dream. Let's call this set Chuck's wet dream, will you?
Yeah, we reacted to Greg Doucette's house tour yesterday. It's fucking crazy. If only I was born selfish and stupid, I could be living a better life.
I've seen Chuck do this about 8 times.
I hear him talk about it.
My elbow.
Jason's gonna do it. Come on. Let's go. Get it going. Come on. Push. Come on.
Come on. Come on.
Nice. Come on. It's for Chuck.
He has like varicose veins in his arm.
Nice.
100-pound dumbbells.
Oh my god, this is gonna be bet.
All right, Jason's going for a person.
You want to bet there's like 2 inches of range of motion?
You want help on the first one, Jason? I think you should give him a boost.
Hit my shoulders.
On that first one, yeah.
Come on,
Go.
get it up.
Go.
Now press. Let's go. Get in your groove.
Chuck donated $2. Let me see.
Not only did this 15-year-old get this cop sued, but he also got him fired. Watch this.
It's all been recorded.
It is.
I didn't resist.
I know.
I didn't do it. You know. See, he acknowledged that I didn't resist, Jack.
Yeah, I have it on video.
I didn't resist.
But we asked you to stop, right?
I didn't do anything against your instructions. This guy came into my house without a warrant, without any probable cause.
What's your badge? What's your name?
Step back.
I'm not.
Look, he
I'm
just
on my
touched me. You
track.
can record all you want, but you're
Another one.
stepping back
Another
right
one.
now.
This guy, I'm
Back.
Hey, don't
Back.
touch me. Stop harassing me.
What's your name?
Yeah, I do not need to give you that.
Yeah, you do.
For what reason?
Jack, don't do it.
I know. I'm involved with this, yes. But this guy threatened me and called the cops on you. And what's your badge number?
What's your name?
What's your badge number? Badge number. That says name.
3K12.
Okay.
Now what's your name?
I'm not making any statements. Hey!
Stay back.
I'm going in my house.
Stay back.
I'm going in.
If you try and come past me, you're gonna go on the ground face first. Do you understand
Okay,
me?
and then I'm gonna file a complaint against you.
Where's the arrest and where's the firing? It's probably just bullshit.
Hit my shoulder. Fuck. I'm going down.
You're a little spent, Jason.
I'm a little spent. But still good. Good effort. Got 95s. I almost got 100. It's a good effort.
Give it the old high school try, Chief.
You don't try, you don't succeed.
That's a good quote. Say that again.
You don't try,
Dumbbells, Jason.
100.
A little spent, Jason.
Let's see.
Oh, that first one,
Get it
yeah.
up. Come on,
Go,
get it up.
go.
Now press. Let's go. Get in your groove.
Hit my shoulder. Fuck. I'm going down.
You're a little spent, Jason.
I'm a little spent. But still good. Good effort. Got 95s. I almost got 100. It's a good effort.
Give it the old high school try, Chief.
You don't try, you don't succeed.
That's a good quote. Say that again.
You don't try.
Dumbbells, Jason. I think Chuck's gonna want to come up.
Do you?
No, I don't need spot. I'm going 75. I did 95. I tried 100. I tried, almost got it. Next time we'll get 100. We'll get 100 next time. We'll show all these guys who's man. All right, let's get this. 75 personal best reps.
This stick bars. Gonna get the
Like, how the fuck do they work out so much, have a fitness channel, take steroids, and they're so bad at training?
grease on them. Finish. You wash.
Come on.
After all those stuff, I'm spent.
No, you're not. Your workout's just getting started.
No, I'm spent on the over the head press. I mean,
Well, you know what? Then do one more set.
one more set.
Grab some 60s and burn it out.
Burn.
Wait 2 minutes and burn it out.
Burn it out. Make it feel pain. No mercy. No mercy. All pain, but nothing but glory.
right now or no?
I'm gonna go again after this. Ain't nothing but a peanut. 65, ain't nothing. I'm gonna be training shoulders and trapezes muscles. I'm mad. Unleash the beast in me.
Did anyone ever?
I use deodorant. I started back in July 14, 2009 with the My Story Parts and started bodybuilding. And I loved bodybuilding for years. And I trained with many coaches, but unfortunately, you know, as you get older, your body falls apart like a car. You know, your body falls like a car, needs fine-tuning from injuries and slip disc and rotator cuff. I used to eat 6 to 8 meals every 3 hours and train and do 2 hours of cardio and weights, and unfortunately, as you get older, you fall apart. Now I'm done with fitness and I'm focusing on my acting and rap career. I'm focusing on investing my money smart and wisely. I'm a marketing genius entrepreneur. Let me tell you, if you want to be an entrepreneur, you got to work your ass off. You got to work. It's not a 9-to-5 job. You work for yourself. I have like so many business I'm thinking of, my own, you know, book I'm coming out with. I wrote what took me 9 months. I don't let disability stand in my way. So what if I have dyslexia or Tourette's or OCD, all these problems? Like I said in my rap song, fuck disabilities, I overcome them. I have the Guinness World of Book Records for being one of the most powerful social media figures with disabilities and one of the most richest. I worked very hard for my shit. I'm not letting anybody take it away from me. If any girl wants to marry me, prenuptial, protecting my assets. Like I said, who's the one who gets to a couple days get to do for the route for drive a Ferrari or a Gran Turismo Mercedes or freaking get to fly a private jet in the summertime to the Key West or get to drive Lamborghinis or all that shit? You know how? Invest in money. Be smart. Invest in your money. Invest in stock. Like Apple stock, Warren Buffett.
Now that 2AM Vegan is no longer posting clips, I, as your marketing director, have decided to take up the responsibility. I'll have a few different segments like soy rage clips, troll donation compilations and every successful attempt of people naming DR.
Alright, well, thank you for that. I am Nagra. Appreciate the donation, dude.
3 cheers for Richard Burgess. Hey, if I give a $30 donation, will you twerk to my spam? Twerk to my spam, twerk to my spam, twerk to my spam. You, ara, you, ara, you, nigga, you, nigga, you, nigga, you, nigga. Tasty spam for you 7 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Well, twerks are 50, so no. Twerk to spam for 50. Thanks for the donation, though, Poopy Stinks.
Buffett stock, weed stock, invest, make it grow Bitcoin, become a high roller, take risks, invest. Look, I made plenty of money and I've invested in this dinero, baby. So you can't let disability stand your way. Like for every hater I got, I'm just laughing because they bring me trout. It's a sad thing that people like to bring people down who are very successful entrepreneurs. And my method is just work hard, believe.
This is the same guy who scammed a friend of his who was in the hospital nearly dead and dying, saying he set up a GoFundMe for her, and then he just pocketed all the money.
Even yourself, don't take shit from people. Don't listen to what people say. They got their own opinion. I mean, this is any celebrity, any public figure, any type of fitness person or whatever they're doing with their life, musician, actor, they're going to have haters. You think everybody likes Muhammad Ali? You think everybody likes Donald Trump? You think everybody likes, LeBron James or Michael Jackson or any celebrity or Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian's the most hated, but they're banking, they're smart, they're laughing all the way to the bank. So the sad thing is, haters can talk all the shit they want, but who's the one who lives an extravagant life, got a nice house? Yeah, for a person with disabilities in my life, I'm living a great life, guys. I got nice watches, nice bling, I got plenty of bling, I got nice money, I got a nice car, I got a nice family,
nice money.
I've dated a lot of hot girls in my life. What do you got? You got nothing. And the sad thing is, you just like to put people down. I live a better life. Most people with my disabilities don't even live in a gated community in a nice place. So, the sad thing is, when I started back in 2009,
He lives in his grandmother's house.
didn't have this much hate. I think social media is drowned. There's a lot more trolls out there, and I got a lot of the trolls from Rich Piano, unfortunately.
Well, he's
There's
38.
a lot more haters, a lot more easy target for people to talk shit.
Yeah, he's old.
They're little keyboard warriors, but they wouldn't say it in my face. If they showed me, they'd be secretive
I don't
haters.
think he really looks young. I think just because he acts like a child, do you think he looks young? I don't know. Maybe he has like a tard face.
Just talking really fast.
I don't know about that.
And shaking my head. I have never encountered a hater talk shit to me in my life. They're just losers, starting their 9-to-5 job at KFC. When I'm busting my ass, I got my own pre-workout coming out with Adam. I get 15-20% of the revenue. I got my own book. On Kindle, I got my own rap album, I got my own toys, my own cards, my own everything, big cup clothing, Gymshark apparel, you know, I got my own, you know, commercials, I travel, I'm going to Key West, I'm going to Naples, you know, I'm going to the Power Expo in England, you know, I'm going to Los Angeles, I'm going to Vegas. What do you guys do in your life? I'm the one who gets to travel. I get a free computer for my gaming system. I'm going to be playing Twitch tonight, you know.
Gary donated $2. Let me see. I've seen this. It's
About ready to go.
not a good prank. Thanks for the nation, dude.
You know, it's just sad. You want to be an entrepreneur, put in the work. Don't let your disability stop you or stand in your way. Don't take no for an answer. I can read, I can write, so I can't do math that way, but I don't let it stand in my way. Let me tell you something, haters. I'm getting a new car. I'm getting rid of my old car. I'm getting me a brand new, either used Lexus or a nice car, real crisp.
What? A brand new used Lexus?
Only 4 years old, low mileage. Let me tell you something, never buy a new car, because once it leaves a lot, it depreciates. They'll always buy used, factory used, Kelly Blue Book. The sad thing is, property always goes up, metals always go up, antiques, anything valuable is rare, always holds its value. Super rare shit goes up and skyrockets. I like Pawn Stars. I watch that show with, I think Chumley's hilarious. Rick Harrison's a very smart guy, entrepreneur. And I am going to be an entrepreneur and also the movie star and rapper. And I gotta come out with all my products. So you can hate all you want, but in the end, I invest, I'm smart, I'm business savvy, so I blow through money. Not very good with money, but I'm very good at making money. Who's the one wearing Daytona Rolexes worth 30 and...
Impression of Jason Blaha warning his ex-con girlfriend that if she doesn't back off he'll have no choice but to kick her with his box squatting legs.
Alright. I'll do that for you. Now listen. This is the last time you're going to interrupt my live streams. I don't care how bad you need heroin. I don't care if you have a gun and you're gonna murder me. Before you can even draw that pistol, I am going to kick you right in the chest. And just so you know, I can box squat 500 pounds. So, you know, if I kicked you, that's more lethal than a gunshot. That is more energy upon impact than a 44 Magnum. There you go. Thanks for that donation, Finn C. Really? Weird.
18 karat gold rings and silver and freaking 18 karat gold and all this shit. Me, because I work hard. And unfortunately, you people are working your 9-to-5 job. Well, I'm only working 1 or 2 days a week, 3 days later, and I'm busting. Is you're not willing to put in the work. Look, I got a nice place. I got my grandparents help me with property, pay my bills. I pay my own bills. Listen, I pay my rent. I pay my mortgage. I pay everything. I pay my car insurance. 5 things I pay for. I pay my car insurance. I pay my rent. I pay my mortgage, my cell phone, my food. Yeah, I clothe myself. I'm a very intelligent
He doesn't have to mortgage anything. He lives in his fucking grandmother's house.
guys, people. You think I'm dumb just because I have some disabilities? You got it all wrong. It's all an act. And I'm a smart motherfucker and I know how to roll with it. Like Will Vicky, she's smart. For every dollar I get, boom, making me more notoriety, bringing me more traffic. You want to make it? Just believe in yourself. Look, I got 10,000 bucks right in my hand. What do you got? You got nothing, man. You're just people working your 9-to-5 KFC or you're freaking...
As, like, mentally disabled as Genova is, every time he's tried to scam people or bullshit, like, he's made money off of it. Blaha when he tries to, you know, do all this bullshit about him being a fake merc, like, he destroyed his fucking YouTube career with that shit. So you could argue, at least in some ways, Genova's smarter than Blaha. Like, I don't think Genova would ever do something so stupid.
Whatever you work in your freaking grocery store job or your boring office desk job, sitting on your computer, laughing at me while I'm the smart motherfucker banking off you. You
He works like 2 hours a week at Publix.
people are just so stupid. I'm 40-something. I'm coming out with 3 rap albums. Ballers, J. Cream, Baller Status. I got J. Cream, Thug Life's album. And I got J. Cream, Money CEO, baby. So, you know, believe in yourself. Don't take no for an answer. Don't take shit. I'm going to show you my condo, my crib right now. Going to give you a tour of it. So you see that I've really worked hard. Here's my TV. Here's my console. I got the game. You've been seeing all these for years. I got my backyard. I'm living in a gated community. As you can see, I got nice stuff. That's why, you know, I always sign a prenup. I got all my trophies. I live a great life. So let me show you my place. I live a nice place. And you can talk all the shit you want and all the crap. But who's got a place? Who's living a better life? I ain't living together. I'm living in a nice place, man. I'm living in a nice place. And you can talk all the crap you want. I'm the one who's living a freaking great life. Look, I got all my clothes, I got all my merchandise, all my Star Wars memorabilia. Yeah, I got Star Wars posters. I got tons of autographs and valuables and cigars. What do you got? Place, I live a nice life. I got drumsticks. I got everything, man. I live a great life. I got paintings. I got nice stuff.
Like, this is crazy. He's trying to flex on everybody. Like Greg. The only path to any teller sounds on first one, such wow sentience.
Calypterus cichlid collects shells. The more shells a male has, the more females he will attract. And this one is doing very well. His neighbour has a rather smaller mound. And the neighbour is a thief.
I'm not gonna watch that entire thing, but that looks pretty funny. Quite sentient indeed. Those are my physique goals. Wow. That's a big frog. Oh my god. So fuzzy and round. I'd ask this guy if he wants to go for a ride. That's a really fucking cute alpaca. He is thinking deep thoughts, clearly. Oh my god. Oh, he likes to swing.
Hey there darling, I'm gonna add you to my prayer list, MMK honey.
Sure. Thanks for that. Appreciate the donation, vegan grandma. bears are pretty fucking adorable, dude. Wow. Oh my god, they made him a bigger pond. Oh. Holy shit. That's a really cute bear. Oh my god.
I want to play this clip. This is from Fox News. They posted this, and like the whole strategy that we'll just outbreed them ignores the entire sort of situation that people are born into, and how that is, say, not conducive to creating conservatives. Because this is Fox News posted this. This woman completely signifies as a Fox News viewer, and then you actually watch what she's saying, and you say that, well, there's actually something broken here with the deliverance of, well, I guess in her, what this woman says here is the American dream.
I am so tired of feeling helpless as a parent. Yes, my kids are grown adults. My oldest is 28, my youngest is 25. And I thought by teaching them what I learned, which is you work hard, you get a good job, you're going to get the things in life that you need, right? Worked for me, why wouldn't it work for them? Because it doesn't.
Hi VG. I hope you are good tonight. Would you agree that this is Jason Genova and how he acts? Lol.
You sure this guy's gonna have our back? Hey, Trey, let me tell you something about old school, all right? He's the most dangerous OG on the set.
Let me tell you young punks something. I've been down on this hood a long time. I've seen a lot of things. I survived the Watts riots, gang wars. And you know how I did it? How? By standing my ground and having my homies watch my back. Word. So don't let nobody mess with your shit. Yeah! And like me, don't let nobody give you no shit.
Yeah, old school.
Remember VG, animals don't have semantic understanding, which is why humans can kill them. What is semantic understanding? It might be language, maybe, but I'm not going to be specific because then my position will be vulnerable to attack. I am retarded.
Yeah, really. Those last veganism debates I've had with Destiny were pretty fucking bad. Thanks for that donation, Omni Vegan.
Bartholomew!
Come here, boy.
Oh, shit.
What did you say, boy?
I said, oh, shoot, Mom, shoot.
Yeah, that
Welcome back.
that kind of sums up Genova's behavior. Pretty much.
Because the world is changed, all right? And now I feel like I see them struggling, and before my generation comes at me, yes, I understand struggling is a part of life. We all struggled, but there's a difference between struggling and drowning, all right? So we struggled, and it was tough, but you know what? We made it. We knew there was a light at the end of the tunnel with our struggle. It seems like kids today, no matter how much they struggle, they just get further and further down the water into the drowning point, all right? When I was their age, I was making less than $10 an hour, and I could afford to live on my own. Now you have to be making six-figure salary to get a decent, tiny little place to live.
Yeah, it's crazy. The housing market is beyond fucked. The reason why it's fucked is primarily because of zoning laws. If they would just get rid of fucking zoning laws and let these building companies just build wherever they want, or like build in these mixed areas where you can have living, like housing in these like retail or industrial zones, housing would literally be cut in half. And developers would also be much more willing to build new homes. I think in Canada, there's like 1 million less homes than there needs to be to actually satisfy market demand. Like, and it's all because of zoning laws.
So what the is going on and how do we help them as parents? I told my son, all you have to do is work hard, go to college or join the military like I did. He went to college, got his degree, got a full-time job. He moved back in with me right when he graduated from college because he said, hey, Mom, as soon as I get a job, which was within 2 weeks of him getting out of college, maybe take me 2 months and I'll save up enough money for me to move out. Okay, cool. It's been 10 months. He has saved almost every dime and still can't afford to live. Why are one-bedroom studio apartments almost $2,000 a month?
Yeah, that's crazy. I got lucky with the old apartment we had in Toronto where I agreed to the rental contract before it was finished being built, and I was only paying $1,600. It wasn't a studio, but it was a 1-bedroom plus den, and I think I was paying $1,600 a month. Other people who ended up renting after it was built, for the same unit, I think it was $2,200 or $2,400. Some people were saying it was almost $26 for the same fucking unit. Like, that's crazy.
Why? Like, I just don't get it. So I don't even think that there's even classes anymore. There used to be, upper class, middle class, lower class. It's literally turning into the ultra wealthy, and then everybody else is just poor.
Now, that's an interesting way she ends it there. David Griscom and I are... Is Bender gone again?
No, I'm right here.
I can't find Thursday. Oh, there it is. In Marx's Communist Manifesto, he says, probably too early, given what he says later in the 18th Brumaire, but that it's all becoming proletarians and capitalists. And that's the problem, and she went on Fox and Friends, and maybe we should find that for tomorrow, what they actually said, but she will not find any satisfaction or solutions on that side of the aisle there. It's very...
Oh, and dude, you know what else? That building that I was living in was fucked up. Like, it was kind of in a gentrified area where it was kind of like this broke-ass area of Toronto that was sort of being built up with new buildings and apartments and stuff. So, like, what ended up happening was the people making the building, or, the developer, they ran out of money, and I think to like actually finish construction, they like promised the contracting company money, but then they didn't pay them. So they were working for like a few weeks and didn't get paid. So as revenge, they broke in because they had all the keys and shit because they set all that up, and then they stole people's shit out of the storage units. I don't know if... Yeah, we got shit stolen, I think. And a neighbor of mine who lived on our floor, he got his, like, wedding photos stolen. His wife's wedding dress and shit. Like, it was so fucked up. And people are paying, like, over $2,500 for a fucking studio apartment. And then the fucking developer didn't pay the construction workers, and then the construction workers steal your shit that you put in the storage units. It was so crazy.
React to these.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Thursday morning. Reason for the video is recently 2AM Vegan put out a special announcement saying like his views whatsoever, Now, folks, I
don't think he agreed to debate me on anything. I offered, yeah. Let me see if it's in my spam, maybe. Nope. Yeah, I offered to debate 2AM Vegan. I just think it's kind of weird how he'd say that I'm wrong about everything, but then I offer to debate him, and supposedly he wants to keep doing YouTube, and then refuses to debate. I think that's just kind of cowardly.
talked about...
I don't have any hard feelings. Like, I wasn't paying him to re-upload my videos or anything, and whatever, but... I don't care if he decides to re-upload my clips or not.
about him in the past, and whenever he started his channel, primarily the only thing he did was just copy Richard's content, you know, took clips of it and everything like that. Didn't do any real work whatsoever. You know, he built up a ton of subscribers, made a lot of YouTube revenue. I would say he was making $400 to $500 a month just by copy and pasting Richard's.
I don't know if he was, maybe. That sounds like a lot.
Maui and Joey are unbearably cute. They say hi. 7,777,777,777.
Oh my god. They are pretty fucking cute. Jesus Christ. Look at that really orange one. Holy shit. Well, thank you, Viven Now. Appreciate that. I'm also following you on Instagram. I like your cats. There we are. The Only Path, donate $2. Please react to your daily dose of human cringe for today. I shall. I just need to get through these other clips. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You know, YouTube videos and stuff like that, you know. And I called him out on other previous videos, and I felt that, you know, he didn't like my cousin at all, that he hated his views, and that, you know, he was just there in order to make some money, you know. But he was up there saying, no. I love vegan gains, you know. I love vegan gains. I make these videos because I respect them. No, you don't. No. You wrong for that, man. You are wrong for telling everybody that you liked and respected vegan gains. And you hated the man. You hated him.
I thought that.
But, you know, you hated him so much that it wasn't no problem making money off of him. You saw what you saw him as a sack of money.
With this comment,
you took one look at him and like, look at this light-skinned motherfucker. I bet you I can make some money off this light-skinned motherfucker, you know? Just like those plantation owners back in the South, you know, they used to make money off the slaves. I was like, look at this Negro. I bet you I can get him for $200 on the auction block. Have him make some money for me. 2AM Vegan looked at vegan gains like a slave, you know, to work out in the fields, the cotton fields and stuff like that, you know. He saw vegan gains as a cotton.
Don't really have much to say about that.
But
all right.
I think it sucks.
2.5 hours, wowza.
I'm gonna do one more mission unless I can save here. Nope.
Damn! Looks like the energy cores are up there. We need to find those space jets.
Is this DLC for Far Cry 5? Did they try to do the thing they did for Far Cry 3?
This is very hard.
Far Cry 5 sucked ass. That was one of the worst games ever made.
That was the cool thing when
it
I was dying.
so bad. That is when Far Cry just completely and utterly went downhill.
I've been vegan for...
Really debatable whether Billie Eilish is vegan. You could maybe give her a pass on the Cheetos controversy thing. She might have eaten those by mistake or some shit. Or, but the horse riding, that was kind of messed up. She was just going to some random place where you can pay to go for horse riding, and she was using pain compliance devices like Bits.
Vince is wrong, as always. 2AM Vegan didn't make money besides the few donations on Patreon. Because YouTube doesn't monetize channels when uploading only used content, even when fair use. That's really what the toad says.
I don't know if that's totally true. If it is transformative, then no. You can get monetized. He probably just didn't have enough viewership or something. Maybe. But as far as I understand, as long as it's transformative, you can monetize it. It's just that they want to eliminate spam, so they don't want people re-uploading like entire videos. I think if you have your own clips channel, so like let's say if you have a stream channel and then you have a clips channel, you can monetize the clips channel, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, like if I had to guess, it has something to do with the type of content he was uploading, because it's re-uploaded from mine. It wasn't transformative. And I don't think he even had the requisite like subs and viewership to even get monetized. You need like quite a few watch hours. Yeah, it's like 4,000 watch hours. It's quite a lot. Thanks for the donation though. Like, yeah, making 500 a month off of what he was doing sounds crazy. Like, you have to put in a fair bit of work to even make like 500 a month off YouTube. So for the views he was getting, like, nah.
Damn, 7 years. I learned about the dairy industry and the meat industry, which I already knew about, but you know, once you know that kind of thing and you see it, it's really hard to go back. And now, even though I have lots of friends that eat dairy and meat and I don't want to ever tell anybody what to do, I just can't go on in my life knowing what's going on in the animal world.
I don't know why people say this, that they don't want to tell people what to do. Why the fuck wouldn't you want to tell people what to do? If they're doing something fucked up and stupid, you want to tell them what to do. Like, fuck you.
And like,
that's just horse shit.
Not doing anything.
I don't know why people say that. Like that, like, I don't even think it's, like, considering how prevalent things like fascism and, dictatorships and monarchies are, like, I think it's kind of a natural human thing to want to tell people what to do.
I'm vegan and gluten-free, okay? So my choices are very slim. Some things I can eat are ketchup, fries. I'm vegan and gluten-free.
You can eat quite a lot of things that are gluten-free. That would be practically every vegetable, every fruit, every bean and legume, corn. Like, it's just some pre-made products and confectionery that you have to get that's gluten-free. And the amount of gluten-free and vegan products on the market right now are crazy. And she's fucking rich. Like, isn't she a millionaire? Like, she could fucking pay for her own private chef to make her whatever the fuck she wants. Like, why the fuck do people say this?
Free, okay? So my choices are...
She has really big titties. Really, really big knockers. Let's see if she's on Instagram, right? Yeah, she has good mommy milkers. She looks stoned out of her mind half the time. She's saying she barely can eat anything, and then when you look at her Instagram, very elaborate cakes. I can't eat anything. What is she complaining about? You know what, too? I bet she feeds her fucking dogs, mate. That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, if you want to figure out real quick if somebody's a fake vegan or not, ask them if they feed their dogs or cats meat. That's one that exposes a lot of fuckers. Yeah, those are some big milkers. Yeah. Give me your boob. Give me a boob. Put your boob in my hand. You know, your boobs are my favorite boobs. I'm not lying. I want your boobs. Give me your boobs. Give me your boobs. Kid Booter Tillers, do you think Tommy Sotomayor banned from YouTube justified? He's had his channel flagged probably 50 times or more. Yeah, he's racist as fuck. He's basically like Uncle Ruckus. If anybody else had a channel like his, it wouldn't last a week. The only reason he got away with what he was doing for so long is because he's black. So he got away with a lot of racist shit for a long time. The hell? Is that her own face on her luggage? I guess that's a good way to prevent it from getting mixed up with somebody else's luggage. Need money for Gucci. Really? Like, they only got pocket change, but that's... I wouldn't give him any money. It's not
Wait till
even
you see
ironically
this.
funny.
Wait till you see this. Imagine asking your friend to film you pretending to clean up the beach. Yeah, let's just throw some sticks in a bag for social media points. Oh, and make sure you get me bending over repeatedly in my yoga pants, too. That'll help with the view count. Ugh, these people. This chick's got a front row seat to this sideshow. Look at her.
These seem like people who've never been outside. She's cleaning up sticks at a beach? What?
Read your boobs blue and yellow for Instagram posts. For doing that.
She thinks sticks are litter?
Look at these people. Yeah, they're so upset about Ukraine. I'm sure their stupid-looking outfits have nothing to do with why they're out there, right? Look, I painted my hand and put a seashell over my... See how much on TikTok?
Make it because when...
Shows sea...
Well, yeah, that's just clout chasing.
Bro, what the fuck is Vince even fucking talking about? This is the worst analysis of all time.
He never has a clue. So yeah, he's kind of a dummy. Thanks for the donation though, Omni Vegan. Alright, let's watch some Brett Cooper. I'm just gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. Hey Jasmine. Are you going to bed? Did you want to cycle with me later at night? Never want to eat poop. You always flush it down. Dogs are good.
Hey, Mike. Want to say hi? Come here. Yes. Look at this good dog. It's a good dog. Big fuzzy. You're a big fuzzy. Yeah. It's my big fuzzy. Fuzzy, fuzzy, fuzzy. Wow. Oh my god. Is that another dog? Come here. She doesn't want to come. Yeah, you're good. Those are some good pointy ears. I love you. Mwah. Oh, what's this? Come on. Yes. Mwah. I love you. Oh, I love you too. I have 2 dogs here. Done with your rubs? No more. No. You're good. Oh. That's a good dog. Oh.
Okay. Bond penis, $20 Moscow factory explosion. That looks like a pretty goddamn big-ass explosion, dude. Yeah, goddamn. Well, thanks for the nation bond penis.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. Apparently, NBC had not pulled enough right-wing hate pieces out of their asses recently, so they published a new steaming pile of crap for all of us to laugh at and all of us to share on social media. But this time, it is about birth control, which is shocking because it's usually about Trump.
Orange man bad.
Orange man bad. Before we get into it, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so that you know.
Like, she's really unironically a Trump supporter?
Never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. All right, so this was published on July 2nd, and they wrote, major conservative influencers have coalesced in recent months around talking points that connect birth control with a variety of negative health outcomes, which experts say instill fear in women who could otherwise benefit from using birth control. And somebody commented, LOL, that darn science is allowing those damn conservatives to create talking points.
No, the issue is that they, misrepresent the science so that they can make an ideological argument against birth control rather than a legitimate health argument.
Obviously, we're going to get to this later,
They do
but
the same thing with
do you actually think that
vaccines.
this is about health or truth, or do you think it's them wanting to fuel a greater political divide and make us all look terrible?
Like, by the way, conservatives supposedly hate, like, you know, abortion, and then here's something that prevents abortions, and then Brett's like fucking saying, oh yeah, don't take birth control. Conservatives even did this fucking retarded shit with condoms. They were trying to make this argument that condoms like literally kill your penis and it stops it from breathing and like you won't be able to get erections anymore. I remember this was going on like 10 years ago, where like conservatives were unironically trying to push this idea. They obviously got fucking laughed at. But with all fucking birth control, they try to do this stupid shit.
Terrible. But I did read the article, and in regards to the conservative folks that they referenced, they were actually spot on. Like, the article was not that crazy, because everything that these conservative influencers have been saying is actually very accurate and very balanced. Like, they brought up Alex Clark, who is a TPUSA and she does politics, and her podcast, The Spillover, is one of my favorite podcasts, and she is very vocally, you know, against birth control, and they quoted her in this article and said that Clark wrote, birth control can be right for some in some cases, but we shouldn't just take it blindly because of acne, and we shouldn't treat it as the default for all women. That is a very rational.
Well, women who get prescribed birth control for acne,
What was your abortion stance before, Ari? What is your current abortion stance?
watch the debate. I'm not gonna spend 10 minutes of my time explaining it to you. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And balanced statement. How is that a conservative?
So women who get prescribed birth control for acne, they have really bad acne. It's not just, oh, you have a pimple here. It's like acne that would cause permanent scarring on your face. So considering, oh, Prim, come here. Yeah. Oh, this cat's meowing. Hey, Primmy. What's going on here? What are you doing? Prim. Come on my lap. Yeah. That's a good cat. Yeah, considering Brett has, like, perfectly smooth skin, which helps her do her job. If she wasn't good looking, nobody'd watch her channel. Like, she doesn't see the importance of, like, keeping, your skin healthy? Like, what is... This is so out of context and weird. Like, what does she mean by it shouldn't be prescribed to help with acne?
Take. How is saying maybe 14-year-old girls who aren't having sex shouldn't be prescribed birth control? How is that crazy? And
yeah, so some women can have extremely painful and irregular periods, and taking birth control can help regulate their periods and not have them be in horrible, debilitating pain. So again, like, how is this an argument against birth control? Like, this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, this is the conservative brain rot where, oh, I'm just using science and logic. Like, why should a 14-year-old take birth control? Because there's a fucking medically valid reason to take it.
and divisive and political.
Let me break it down for you, Chief.
Some women will choose to take birth control. Maybe they actually do need it. Maybe that is the best option for them, and that is totally fine. The important thing here is that women should be able to make informed consent. And right now, a lot of women are not able to. The problem is that doctors offer us birth control as a fix-all. You have acne? Try birth control. Your periods are painful? Great. Let's give you something to...
Like, she's a woman. She should know this. Like, this just makes me think she's fucking lying. One of the reasons why Jasmine got a hysterectomy was so that she didn't have periods anymore, and her periods were horrifically debilitating, where for, like, over a week, she wouldn't be able to fucking do anything. Like, we're not going to, like, consider severity of symptoms?
To chemically suppress your hormones that make you a woman. Oh, you're gaining weight. Let's try a different form of birth control. It is totally fine to take a pill that chemically alters the very hormones that make a woman a woman. This is not just an attack.
By the way, birth control pills are usually estrogen-based, so you're literally taking female hormones.
So today, my coworker that is black was telling me that she plans on going to Florida this month. I told her all the negatives with it run by Ron DeSantis, and I even told her about the NAACP in the state issuing a travel advisory, and she's still going SMH.
Traveling to Florida for, like, vacation might be fine. I'd never live there. That state is just so fucked, and there's so many retarded conservatives and shit. And the police there are beyond monstrously stupid and racist. But thanks for the nation, Ben. Appreciate it.
On birth control because the right-wingers want a ton of unplanned pregnancies, which is what they were trying to insinuate with this article. It's because...
Well, they do.
After COVID, people re-woke up to Big Pharma in a big way and realized...
She's an anti-vaxxer. Wow.
that it is not for our benefit, because Big Pharma makes money when we rely on them, and we rely...
Like, does she expect people to do work for free? Isn't she, like, this conservative capitalist? Like, if they're providing a useful service, you know, giving people medication, vaccines, things like that, like, is it supposed to be free? Like anything that you use has a cost to it. If you want to, like, put gas in your car or get maintenance on a vehicle or buy food, it all costs money. Like, are we going to use this fucking conspiracy theory bullshit where big grocery store is making us pay money for food when you don't even have to eat? You can just get metachlorians from the sun and you don't even have to eat food anymore. Son Goku donated $2. I'm thinking about being like Ronnie Coleman and being a cop. These are the salary and benefits. Let me see. Academy, 24 an hour. That's not too bad. Just for Academy. Academy graduate without bachelor's degree, 81,000. Academy graduate with bachelor's degree. You only make an extra 4,000? Yeah, fuck even getting a bachelor's degree. There's literally, like, there's practically no difference in pay if you have a bachelor's. These, so this is Sacramento. These salaries are also misleading. I had a friend who worked as a cop. You can literally double your salary if you work overtime. Overtime pay for cops is huge. It's like double and a half. So if you work a lot of overtime hours, you can have a pretty balloon salary. And they do have good pension benefits. The only really annoying thing is like shift work. Sometimes they have to do shift work. 4-10 schedule, 10 hour days, 4 days a week. It's not too bad if you get an extra weekend. Yeah, it might not be a bad job. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. 3 donated $2. Blaha's secret IQ.
Have you ever tested your IQ? No, you can't test your own IQ. The psychologist has to do that, who is certified to do a Stanford Binet test. And yes, I've had it tested multiple times growing up. And I'm not going to say what mine is because...
He probably got his IQ tested as a kid because he has learning disabilities, and they had to figure out like what special classes he needed. He's guaranteed below average intelligence. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like borderline retarded or something. Like he might have 85 or 90 kind of IQ.
If I do, people will accuse me of lying. So I'm just going to leave it alone.
Blaha is such a fucking lolcow. Thanks for that donation, though, 3. He was involved in a court case. He was caught with illegal. Like he was. There was a routine traffic stop, and he got pulled over. He was found with illegal possession of a firearm, and I think they also found marijuana on him. And during the court case, the judge said he's mentally disabled and can't like answer very, simple questions. So that's why he got a lighter sentence. And I don't know if he actually served any real prison time because they thought he was like mentally disabled. So he's pretty stupid. I would be shocked if his IQ was 100. There's practically no way.
On them by being unhealthy. We're questioning the entire industry of big pharma and what they are paid and incentivized to push. And that includes birth control. It is not about birth control and everything trickles down. It is about big pharma as an institution. I feel like they would literally...
Yeah, so if you want to prove that something is bad or being misused or some shit, like you have to actually prove that. You can't just say, oh, well, they're making money off of it.
Do conservatives have any good values aside from pro-gun? They claim that they are against censorship and pro-free speech, but they want to censor all sorts of things from books to anything that makes them uncomfortable, and they use that as an argument.
What? Yeah, okay. No. Conservatives do not have any good values that are unique to conservatism. at all. Like, even being pro Second Amendment and pro firearms rights, that's not even a uniquely conservative viewpoint. There's some pretty left-leaning European countries that have basically the same firearms laws as the US. I think even machine guns are allowed in some cases. Like Switzerland, they have about the same firearms ownership rate per household as the US. So it's not even a uniquely conservative viewpoint to be pro-gun. It's just that more conservatives tend to be pro-gun. And you're actually seeing a bit of a cultural shift now. A lot more left-leaning people, especially younger gay and trans people, they're adopting pro-Second Amendment beliefs because they realize how important they are, because there's literally an entire political class of people that want to genocide them. So Switzerland has strong gun laws. There is no such thing as a strong gun law, especially in this day and age. Yes, they are regulated, but regulations do absolutely nothing, especially in this day and age. So, like, yeah, they might have harder, like, minimum sentences, but you can own pistols and rifles in Switzerland just like you can in the US. I don't think they have any carry laws, but what's the point of having carry restrictions? Anybody can carry a gun if they want. So there's no point in having carry restrictions. All you're doing is preventing law-abiding citizens from carrying. So the only way to sensibly have any laws regulating firearms is to punish their illegal use. Like, having a gun in your pocket isn't harming anyone, but if you use it to commit a crime, that is where you should, like, punish people, not simply for carrying a gun. But, I'm actually seriously considering maybe moving to Switzerland. Yeah, I was thinking of, like, maybe moving to Switzerland eventually, because it's a really fucking beautiful country. Yeah. It's a really beautiful country. They have, well, no, with you, obviously. They also have, like, fairly reasonable gun control laws, and they also have a big, like, firearms culture. Like, I mean, look at some of this shit. It's just nice looking. I don't know, though, like, learning another language and shit might be, a bit of a pain in the ass, but I don't know. I don't think I'd mind living here. It looks, like, really fucking nice. I think Europe in general is just much nicer than North America. There's just not as much to enjoy here when you go outside, but in Europe, it's just so much more to do. You actually are incentivized to, like, walk and bike places, whereas here, like, the only reason I go outside is really for exercise. Whereas, you know, if I, like, back in Belgium, I just wanted to go outside because outside was nice. Dodo Tellers, would you rather live in Florida or California? Depends where in California. But I'd probably prefer to live in California. I think there's likely more areas in that state that I'd rather live than Florida. Like, I think both those areas are going to get fucked by climate change, and relatively soon, like in my lifetime. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next like 30, 40 years, most people have to move out of those areas because of heat, lack of accessibility to drinking water, and like really limited housing as well, because again, like things like forest fires, accessibility to water, insurance companies like leaving, hurricanes, stuff like that. It's probably not going to be livable for that long. Thanks for the nation though, Dodo.
Really say that inhaling exhaust fumes is healthy and good for you if it would make us look bad, which it's not. It is not good for you. And if you want a car that does not put out a lot of exhaust fumes, you need to go to Carzing. Buying a new car can be a stressful experience for anyone.
What? Ah, shit.
Welcome back to the
If you don't want a car that puts out exhaust fumes, what the fuck even is this bullshit? So this is just some like what is it? It's just another rip-off of some other classified ads, you know, for vehicles thing. These are not particularly good prices.
Exhaust fumes, you need to go to Carzing. Buying a new car can be a stressful experience for anyone, especially if you have a particular car in mind, or maybe you're a first-time buyer, or your credit isn't as great as you wish it was. Before you walk into a dealership and spend the entire day with the crowds and the stress and the heat, because it's summer now, and even the potential not to find the right car, you need to go to Carzing. Carzing is completely changing the way that you buy a car online thanks to their innovative financial tools. By partnering with credit agencies, lenders, and over 25,000 dealers nationwide, Carzing provides you with everything you need before you step foot into.
That is nothing new. Everybody, every fucking one buys cars off of credit or loans. How is that a unique feature?
To a dealership. Now, once you find the
like, even if you go to any particular dealership, they'll usually contact like 3 or 4 different creditors to get the best like deal on a loan.
right car at your ideal budget, all you have to do is bring in your saved deal voucher with you to the dealership to finalize your next ride. It is truly so simple. And even if you are not in the market for a new car, you should still check out Carzing anyway. They have an awesome online window shopping experience and a
Yeah, that's a scam.
Cooper. Maybe you'll even get
Yeah, you're just going through some middleman that's expecting money. You're probably getting a worse deal.
a nice electric or hybrid car, so you don't have to worry about those exhaust fumes. Anyway, this article then brought up the recent studies done about the side effects of birth control, of which there are many. It is literally a trend.
Yeah, so you can see side effects with literally every medication. Even supplements. Things like vitamin C have been pretty extensively studied. Look up the side effect list for vitamin C. So, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, heartburn, stomach cramps, bloating, fatigue, sleepiness, sometimes insomnia, headaches, skin flushing. I think there's actually a really... You can find much more exorbitant lists. Some of these side effects are like vaginal discharge and shit. So, like, the types of side effects that you can see from anything can seem kind of shocking, but like this is from vitamin C. If I were to tell you, oh, vitamin C can cause nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, heartburn, stomach cramps, bloating, fatigue, sleepiness, insomnia, headache, skin flushing, like, oh my god, maybe I shouldn't take vitamin C. But like, again, just because these are known side effects, it doesn't mean this is a legitimate risk to you.
On TikTok to unroll your huge sheet of side effects for your birth control and lay under it like a blanket. Look how long these side effects are. People know that. We know that there are side effects. And they tried to brush this off. And they brought up one really important study that was done in 2018.
Found an association between taking hormonal birth control and suicide attempts and suicide in women in Denmark, but researchers and physicians who've cited the study have urged patients not to stop using birth control. Rather, healthcare experts have said doctors should discuss any potential mood effects with medication with patients, as other studies have contradicted the 2018 study, and the pregnancy can also have mood side effects. Yeah, so again, somebody who doesn't really understand how to fucking read. There's different types of hormonal birth control. Some have actually been linked to like pretty substantive mood changes. There are progesterone. Yes, you're a cat. I know. Why do you keep meowing at me? There's progesterone-based birth control that seems to have a more substantive effect on your mood. I've seen a lot of women who've gotten like arm implants. It's basically like this metal thing that's implanted into your arm, and it slowly releases these hormones to prevent pregnancy. A lot of those, they also have patches too. That's more common in the States. A lot of those that are progesterone based seem to more significantly impact mood, but if you're talking about like the actual pill, not so much. And again, this is going to be highly individual. And yeah, I mean, since not everybody is going to experience that kind of side effect, and risk of suicide caused by birth control is pretty fucking low, why the hell wouldn't you just talk to your doctor about side effect profile rather than just tell people blanketly not to take it? What study was this? Maybe I can find the original article. I think this is the paper. Hormonal contraception, suicide, new dimension of risk. This is from 2018, and that seems to be from Denmark. Women have a higher lifetime prevalence of mood or anxiety disorders than men with sex and gender differences, blah, blah, blah. A recent review of Christine that identified a wide range of potential reasons for sex divide, influence of sex hormones, women's blunted hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, la-di-da. Recent study in the American Journal of Psychiatry, schooling
Yes,
colleagues.
California or Colorado is the best states to live emo, very pretty nature areas. If you move to California you should visit Disneyland, a lot of vegan food options.
Yeah, I heard Disneyland actually does have a lot of vegan options now. I don't think I'd ever regularly go to Disneyland, even if I lived in close proximity to that theme park. But that is nice, nonetheless. I've never been to Disneyland. I've been to Disney World. That was fun when I was a kid. Thanks for the nation, Alan. So it's saying it doubled the risk of suicide. So when you say double the risk of suicide, that can be misleading. Because, yes, the relative risk might be double, but the increase in absolute risk might actually be pretty minuscule. If your like lifelong risk of committing suicide is like 1 in a billion, well, it would be more than that. Say 1 in a million. Doubling that to 1 in 500,000, those sorts of numbers don't seem as scary, do they? Study utilized nationwide registry in Denmark to identify 475,802 women with a mean follow-up of 8.3 years. 54% of the cohort used hormonal contraception at some point during the study. Patients with a known history of psychiatric diagnoses, including previous suicide attempts or prescription of antidepressants, were excluded from the analysis. And patients were censored temporarily during pregnancy and 6 months after delivery to reduce the influence of postpartum depression. Only 6 months. Okay, that's a big... yeah, that's a bit of a... huge flaw with the study. The outcome measure was death by suicide and diagnosis and or contact with healthcare provider with suicide attempt coding. Authors reported that adolescent women are more sensitive than older women to the influence of hormonal contraception on first suicide attempt. In terms of dose response effects, risk of suicidal behavior tended to be higher in women who received 50 micrograms compared to those who received 20 to 40 of ethanol estradiol, and higher in those who used progesterone-only contraception. So yeah, like I said, progesterone seems to be more linked to it. I actually want to see the total number of suicides in the study. So nearly 500,000 women, so roughly 500,000 people with a mean age of 21 years. 6,999 first suicide attempts and 71 suicides were identified. So out of 500,000 people, there were 6,999 suicides. So that would be 1.3 or 1.4% of the study population attempted. I'll just base this off of attempts. So 1.3% total. Compared with women who never used hormonal contraceptives, the relative risk among current and recent users was 1.97 for suicide attempt and 3.08 for suicide. So this was both statistically significant. Risk estimates for suicide attempt were 1.19.
The FDA recently approved a non-prescriptive over-the-counter birth control pill that's very similar to the prescription pill.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. Risk estimates for suicide attempt were 1.19 for oral combined products, 2.29 for oral progestin-only products, 2.58 for vaginal ring, and... okay, I'm not... vaginal ring. I don't know what that is. 3.28 for patch. So yeah, like I said, these progesterone-based birth control devices and the patches seem to be particularly bad at affecting mood. Association between hormonal contraceptive use and first suicide attempt peaked after 2 months of use. So... not surprising that it's within the first couple months. So I just want to know what the actual total amount of suicides would have been between the two groups. Because if it would be double and there were, so wait, yeah, suicide attempt was close to double for just normal oral combined products, just below 2. So if there were 6,999 total suicide attempts and your risk is double with oral, well, this included different, yeah, I want to know what the actual total, let me see if I can find the full paper. So, use of hormonal contraception. Never, current or recent, former. So, when you're looking at the actual numbers, so people who've never used, in the study, the people who had never used hormonal birth control, they totaled a number of 2,049 suicide attempts, and current or recent users, it was 3,898. Like, out of a study pool of 500,000, the actual risk that you have from taking hormonal birth control, and I think this is all combined, all birth control combined, it's really not that bad. So when you hear a number like, oh, it increases suicide risk by 50%, or double, like it's just not, it's not that much. If you actually look at the real numbers. I don't even know if they found they might have found a statistically significant difference in suicide risk. So it was, did they even mention it in the abstract, actually? If there was a difference in actual suicide risk? Let's see. Okay, so yeah, the relative risk was actually higher for actual suicide. It was 3.08, and that was statistically significant. So it was 8 events in the never used contraception group, 42 in the have used, or current or recent, and then it was 21 in the former. But again, out of 500,000 people, 8 versus 42, it gives you a bit of a different sense than saying your risk is 3 times higher. I just want to know, like, if they have a separate chart for the different types of contraception, like oral only. Yeah, this seems to, again, be all combined. That's all combined again. So this is according to duration. So, yeah, like it said in the abstract, it seems to have peaked in the first month, and after you get to, yeah, once you get to 7+ years, it's, like, not even really notable. There might be survival bias involved in that, but not really if you look at the total number of suicides. Oh, here we go. Relative risk of first suicide attempt by type of hormonal contraceptive currently used compared with never users. So, all oral combined, it was 1.91. That was one of the lowest. Dosagestrant was 1.89. Okay, so if you are... Yeah, it looks like the oral combined products seem to be the safest in general. But she's not really separating out the difference between relative and absolute risk. Let's see. FDA approves first non-prescription daily oral contraceptive. U.S. Food Drug Administration approved Opil Norgestrel tablet for non-prescription use to prevent pregnancy. First daily oral contraceptive approved for use in the U.S. without prescription. Approval of this progestin-only oral contraceptive pill provides an option for consumers to purchase oral contraceptive medicine without a prescription. I would imagine because it's not prescription only, it would be cheaper, so that's kind of a good thing. Well, thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Which found an association between taking hormonal birth control and suicide attempts and suicide in women in Denmark. And this is a very well-respected study, and a lot of people know about it. And this article brushed it off and said, well, doctors also say that depression and suicide increases in pregnancy. So it's...
That is true. They had to eliminate pregnant women from the study to not muddy the results. Yeah, so... You're talking about going from what? Basically 1,000. Let me pull it up again. I'm forgetting the numbers. So there are about 500,000 participants. You're talking about over the course of the study, wait, I'm doing this backwards. 2049 divided by 500,000. So you're talking about going from a 0.4 or 0.41% risk of suicide to 0.78% risk of suicide. So is that number meaningful to you when you talk about absolute risk? Probably not. The actual increase in absolute risk was about 0.3%.
It's fine. So women are just doomed to be depressed regardless.
I'll die. I'll just die.
Again,
How are you feeling tonight? Looks like a late stream start.
Yeah, I slept all day. I don't know why, but I was particularly tired. I had trouble getting to bed, and I was just, working out and stuff for a while. I think I didn't get to sleep until about 8 a.m., but I just kept sleeping. I woke up at 2 to eat, and then I just had to go to sleep again, and then I woke up at 6, and then I was still tired, and then I just got up now. Well, not now. I started the stream at like 10. But I am at least well rested. I am feeling good, Sam. I'm not feeling depressed today, so that's good. I've had 2 full days in a row where I didn't feel any amount of depression. So hopefully I can keep doing that. It is late, but I'd be down for some sit-ups and twerking if you're down. Thanks for that donation, Sam.
Hey, I know I've shown you this before and you watched the first bits of this educational film, but how much to watch the entire film? I could watch this film over and over again, and I wish that this film was shown in schools.
Let me see. Oh, I think I've seen this before.
A fella who's willing to bet his hard-earned money on it. Henry here got on the train with $200. He couldn't see any harm in a friendly game of cards. What if the other men were strangers?
Just fuck off, buddy.
Sure, I'll do that after stream. Thanks for the donation, Tommy.
Dangers. And take Joe Collins. He's got a nice wife at home. But he met this girl at the bar, and she looked kinda cute after the first couple of drinks.
I think we've watched this on stream. It was just a PSA on how not to get, like, suckered by people and scammed.
Beaches.
I think elderly people need to watch this more than ever because the amount of like call centers from India that are scamming elderly people is crazy.
Good. I also like the fact that you are ending the streams earlier. How are you doing with the meditation?
Yeah, I'm just doing 10 minutes a day right now. Might increase it again next week. I did like 5 minutes a day for a week. Now I'm doing 10 minutes. I might increase it to like 15. But I'm feeling pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Appreciate it.
Don't actually care about your health. But even the doctor that they were interviewing throughout this entire article, who was on their side, could not deny the truth behind this report, saying that the 2018 Dutch study into suicide and hormonal birth control was really important and well done. Now, some of the things that they did not include in this article were that hormonal birth control has been proven to increase the risk of blood clots and stroke, increase the risk for certain cancers.
So again, great. It's to what degree it increases risk, and what they also don't mention is relative versus absolute risk. If your like absolute risk of getting something is like minuscule, chances are it will never happen, and then by getting exposed to whatever exposure you're talking about, in this case hormonal birth control, it increases by like 0.5%. Is that is that meaningful to you? So she's not a very smart person, and she clearly never like actually learned how to read research or interpret it. So she's only looking at like, oh, these are the side effects. Isn't that scary? It increases your risk by double. And she doesn't know like the definition between absolute relative risk. How these side effects might affect people differently, what side effects are tolerable for certain people, what aren't, and like what are the benefits of the medication versus the side effects and risk. These are all things that you have to consider. And she's just saying, oh, this will kill you.
Considering the lateness, how many sit-ups and songs would you like to do?
I can get through the sit-ups pretty damn quickly. Like 200. Yeah, like if I do the sit-ups and then the twerking back to back, I think we can do the usual 200 sit-ups, 2 songs. Like maybe for the sake of time, 200 sit-ups, 1 song if you want. But like the twerking, the songs are usually between 5-10 minutes each, right? But thanks for the donation, Sam. Appreciate it.
Like breast, ovarian, and liver cancer perpetuate autoimmune conditions, trigger deficiencies in vital nutrients, lead to reproductive issues, increase risk of depression, and nearly triple the risk of suicide in young women. Now, Evie
It's not triple the risk of suicide. It's triple the risk of suicide compared to the referent group. So what was the absolute risk? I think there was like 8. Yeah, I think there are 8 suicides in the non-user group. Suicide attempt. Yeah, so the suicide attempts in the never used group was 8. So that would be 8 divide 500,000. So the risk of suicide in the never used birth control group would have been 0.0016%. In the current user group, it would be... Oh, wait. It would be 0.0084%. So that's a 0.00 like 7% increase? Is that like a meaningful increase in risk to you? Probably not. She just doesn't know what she's talking about.
Magazine posted this, and they have written countless articles about it. If you want to learn more about any of this, they have an...
By the way, wasn't there a study on male birth control, and they actually stopped the study because I think 3 of the men committed suicide who were on the hormonal male birth control, and it was a really small study. It was like only 50 people or something. So like the suicide risk might have been like fucking insanely massive. Like absolute risk might have been like 50% or something. Male oral birth control study. So this is just a article about it. Yeah, I think so. No, they gave shots to 320 men for 8 weeks. And I think there were 3 men in the study who committed suicide. And it was only in the exposure group. I don't know if this is the actual paper.
That was a good guess, but the main focus from that film was an anti-fascist documentary to not fall for fascists. It featured how they gain power by dividing and conquering and how they used manipulation with suckers. 10/10 highly recommended.
Oh, okay. I think I might have actually seen that on stream before too. Yeah, I think people need to watch that movie now more than ever, especially people on Twitter. But thanks for the donation, Ben. Appreciate it.
Since you are only doing one song, you want to do the lung twerk? Song, $500 sit-ups, $200.
50-minute twerk. Let me think. Think I should just take it easy. I've been training fairly hard, and think it'd be better if I just maybe stuck to around, like 20 minutes twerking tonight, like around there. I don't want to go overboard. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam.
An article about it, go to their website. All of this is written in that blanket-sized side effects paper, but doctors never tell you any of that. That's
So, I don't think anybody's going to see it, but I'll write a comment explaining this. Brett doesn't understand how to interpret research, and she doesn't understand the difference between relative versus absolute
Richard,
risk.
why are you so fat? 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 Porque estás gordo? 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 Yes, manatee.
Fuck you. Cortez, thanks for the donation, though. Brett doesn't understand how to interpret research, and she doesn't understand the difference between relative versus absolute risk. The 3 times higher risk of self-deletion on birth control is comparing the relative risk of birth control versus not being on birth control. It doesn't mean you have a 3 times higher absolute risk. The absolute risk of suicide in the study was, what, 0.0016%, whereas the currently on birth control group would have had a absolute risk of, what was it? It was 42 total. Fuck, not times, 42. .84. .84%, as that is 3 times. Or no, wait, I think. Yeah, that is 3 times, right? Or no, it was.
They said on a stupid cop show like 70% of boys don't report rape. As a kid, would you have reported it? Honestly, I wouldn't have been able to. If I knew them to, I'd have murdered them, no doubt.
They said on a stupid cop show 70% of boys don't report rape. I don't know exactly what they mean by that. You do see a lack of reporting across all crimes, and by both genders. Typically, you only see about 20 to 30% of any crime getting reported. That includes murders, thefts, burglaries, assaults. So rape is right in that norm where you're only going to see somewhere between 20 or 30% of rapes getting reported, and that's from both like witnesses and victims. But thanks for the donation, Guy. Appreciate it. If you look at the actual incident rate in the study, only 8 out of the 800, so 8 out of the 500,000 participants only 8 of the non-birth control users self-deleted, and only 42 of the
Sounds reasonable to me. Song, $300 Romeo and Juliet is in your playlist first tranche.
And that is out of 500,000 total participants. That means without adjustment, the absolute risk of suicide, the absolute risk of self-deletion. I don't want the comment to be filtered. And the study was 0.0016%. 16% res. The
nigga 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 try hard. One two three four five six seven eight nine oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 oh 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
I'm just going to skip that. Did I skip it like literally the right when it ended? Well, thanks for that donation, Cortez. Thank you, Sam. I shall do the sit-ups and twerking right now-ish. Romeo and Juliet. First tranche.
Second tranche.
Oh. Is that a disco perfection? Yeah. Okay. That's the one, I believe.
The most excellent and lamentable.
All right, no problem, Sam. Thanks again for the donation, dude. Really appreciate it. So you...
Richard eats eggs, Richard drinks milk, Richard bakes chicken breast, Richard kills niggers, nigger 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 KU Klux Klan KU Klux Klan KU Klux niggers.
That is very insensitive, and I am offended as somebody who's black-ish. All right, well, thank you, Sam. So it's 200 sit-ups and this song, or is there another song? Thanks again, man.
Richard, very very effort you are. Why you so fat? Why so fat? Why Yasmin look like elephant?
Go fuck yourself. Bend over no tillers, the dream claw machine. Let me see. Oh my god. You can pick any cat you want. I would take all the cat. Those are some good goddamn cats. That is very cute. Oh my god, I love cats. Well, thank you for that bend over.
That's the problem. They expect that you're going to go home and read all of those things before you take it. No, they just say, this is great. This will fix everything. And they...
Fertility cycle tracking is among the least effective types of birth control. Effectiveness varies by couples. Many as 24 out of 100 women who use natural family planning will become pregnant within a year. Sure. Just going to skip through this. Guy Donate Tellers, you didn't answer the question. If you being raped as a kid, would you have reported it? Yeah, in all likelihood. I've never been a victim of sexual assault, though, or rape, so I don't know how I would have reacted as a child. I know there's a lot of, like, shame and guilt and all this, and a lot of people who do prey on children, they use, like, a lot of manipulative tactics to ensure those kids don't talk, and they also select children that they're relatively certain won't talk to begin with. So I don't know how I would have reacted as a kid because I've never experienced that sort of thing, but I probably would have. Either that, or I would have, like, gotten a knife and just gotten revenge on my own, and tried to kill the person.
7777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777.
I'm just gonna skip that because that spams intolerable, but thanks, YouTube Boxing. Yeah, like, I almost killed people when I was a young kid. When I was in the 4th grade, I've shared the story before. I almost killed a kid because he annoyed me at school. I grabbed him by the throat and I held him over the railing and I was gonna throw him over. It was, I think 3 stories tall, and if he didn't die at the bottom, I was just gonna, like, snap his neck or choke him or something. The only reason I didn't was because, like, my frontal lobe kicked in, and I just thought I might not have gotten away with a murder. So it's very possible that if somebody had, like, preyed upon me as a kid, I would have tried to get revenge on them some way and tried to kill them myself. So yeah, there is a lot of, like, shame and embarrassment when it comes to that sort of thing. And I might have kept it to myself and then gotten, like, a really sharp knife and, like, tried to meet with the dude again and, like, stabbed him in a very sensitive area, where he'd, like, not really be able to defend himself. That is how I thought when I was a kid, so... Thanks for the donation, Guy.
Oh man, the amount of bad information about diet and health in the media grinds my fucking gears, brother. An endless sea of grifters, misinfo, disinfo, and generally idiots in a cacophony of confusion. It's difficult to dispel even the flimsiest bad ideas.
The big reason why a lot of misinformation spreads the way it does...
Oh, such a devious little backstory, Richard. Your frontal lobe kicked in? Wow. It's almost like your frontal lobe failed to kick in when you made the choice to get a vasectomy or stop eating yummy animals. Nigga 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 nigga.
Thanks for that, jackass. Yeah, so the reason why misinformation proliferates the way it does and why it's so hard to, like, you know, convince people that it's wrong and debunk is because you're dealing with people who are not scientifically savvy and are very ideologically motivated, like when it comes to things like fitness in general, but especially food choices. There's a lot of, like, emotion and, you know, personal beliefs that are tied to these things. So it's very difficult to try to inform scientifically unsavvy people who are also ideologues. Thanks for the donation, though, Micro.
Dayin, Rider, Dayin, Rider.
Ah, fuck you. Thanks, Cortez. You got me there.
Just one song since this is Slate starting stream. Any idea when you will start the 1500 hours streams? Did this young man ever physically threaten you?
You mean the 15-minute twerk? I can twerk first if you'd prefer, if it's late for you. I can just do this twerk after we finish the video, then do the sit-ups after if you want. No, the kid I almost killed when I was in grade 4, he didn't physically threaten me. He was like trying to bully me, but he was this like really weak, skinny kid. So the only way he could really do it was by like annoying me. And I think my 4th grade teacher was racist as well. So he would steal things from me, like steal like a textbook or my pencil case or rulers or something that I needed for class. And then he'd tell the teacher that it was his, and I was lying. And every time, because the teacher, I think, was racist, she'd believe that fucking skinny white kid. And it pissed me off, and he was thinking it was fun seeing me get pissed off. And then one day, I don't know why she did this, but she had to pick up like a bunch of papers from the principal's office, and you know, because it's elementary school, they did like the buddy system thing where they said they'd get 2 kids to go together to pick something up, so like one kid wouldn't get lost or some stupid shit like that. So she told me and this kid I hated to go down together. I don't know why she picked us. It was kind of stupid that she'd do this. I guess she didn't realize how much I hated that kid. And then I was completely alone with this kid. No one was in the hall. No one was on the stairwell. And it's elementary school too. So it's not like a high school where you kind of have kids running around everywhere because of like spare periods and shit. So I had an opportunity to just kill this kid. No one would have known. And I was thinking of just grabbing him, throwing him over the railing and say like, oh, he tried to like slide down the stairs and he fell over or something. And then I just like thought about it because that kid was sort of, he was quiet. He was sort of quiet and he didn't really horse around ever. Like it might've been hard for anybody to believe that he'd do something like try to slide down the railing and then fell over. So I just decided not to kill him purely on the basis of me just likely not being able to get away with the murder. But he got lucky. I almost killed him again too. Like again, this is pre 9/11. So there was this play that we were working on with, and it was about the, like first American settlers and stuff. And I was playing an Indian and this kid was playing a settler, and the teacher allowed me to bring a bow and arrow to school, and it was an actual bow and arrow. And I had the idea of just shooting and killing this kid with a bow and arrow. And I like knocked the arrow, I pulled the arrow back and I aimed it at him. I wasn't very far away. I was only like maybe 8-10 feet away. He was talking to somebody else and not like looking at me, and I wanted him to see his death coming. So I like said, "Hey David, look here." And I just wanted to see the look of like fear on his face before I killed him. And I drew the bow and I was about to let it go. And he freaked out and was just terrified, and it was in front of everybody. So I figured what was going through my mind was, maybe because I'm a kid, I can kind of get away with this, and it would be like considered the teacher's fault. And then I remembered I saw a documentary from when I was like around this time. It was playing on TV. there were these really young kids who were only 8 years old who murdered another kid who was like only 3 or 4, and they're actually tried as adults. It's very rare, but you can actually have children get tried as adults when they're very young if you can prove they acted more maturely, where there was like planning and consideration before the attack. So I just decided not to kill him then again because of, like, again, potential risk. So he got lucky twice. I really hated that kid. I also hated his mom. His mom was annoying as shit. She was one of those, like, overly protective mothers who would just nag constantly. So I don't know what his dad was like, but I think I'd probably hate his entire family. But I think things worked out for the better. I don't have a criminal record, not guilty of murder, and I can just live my life.
On behalf of everyone, Richard...
Go fuck yourself.
You can do the sit-ups first.
Alright, well thank you, Sam. It's too bad Richard has no social life and has to make up stories. It's not made up. I was actually insane as a kid.
I love putting cats in blenders. 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 I love bullying.
Just gonna skip that. You are an asshole. If anybody is mean to kitties, I will obliterate them.
Fight.
Thank you for that, Cortez. Excellent spam.
Whoops. Expect our cops. Police car. 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 Police car.
I'm just gonna skip that. Your name also annoys me.
Cats in blenders, cats in microwaves, cats in ovens, cats in wood chippers, cats in...
Yeah, how about no? The only place a cat belongs is on my lap getting petted. Or in a backpack while I take him out on a scooter. Ugh. Alright, let's finish this video. What bothers me about this article is the emphasis on how cycle tracking fails as birth control without mentioning that hormonal birth control and IUDs fail. The issue with cycle tracking is there's a much higher risk of user error, and especially for younger women, periods and menstrual cycles are, and ovulation is much more irregular. So you might have, you might actually miss 1 or 2 months of ovulation where you don't ovulate at all. And then you might ovulate at the beginning of the next month, whereas you usually ovulate at the end of the next month. So not only is user error a huge risk, but especially for younger women, just like, again, normal biological changes makes it very unreliable. So because you don't have to deal with that with hormonal birth control or IUDs, like, it's just a stupid statement. Birth control and IUDs are much less likely to fail. No method of birth control is foolproof. Yes, but when you're literally relying basically on random chance, versus something that has proven scientific efficacy, you know, no one ever said cycle tracking was perfect. Well, people like you are trying to make it out to seem reliable, so But at least it offers women an alternative to the terrible side effects of synthetic hormones. Yeah, sure. So the side effects are just massively overblown. And then it results in women, of course, getting pregnant and then getting an abortion. And then people like Brett say, oh, you're a horrible fucking murderer, when she was the one who convinced them to, not take actual effective contraception. There's an actual health risk associated with using birth control, short and long term. Yeah, sure. And there's health risks with fucking twiddling your fucking own little peanut. So what, like... They don't understand how to assess risk, and they just overblow the risks and side effects of hormonal birth control. Just gonna skip that. Thanks, Dick for cock, Burgess.
Boxing 6007 is boring me with his /her dono messages.
I don't see anybody going by that name, but I'm trying to skip the spam. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam. Glassigo donated $2. Hey man, so recently got into an argument with my brother and we got into an argument. Yes, that was already mentioned. He was pretty depressed, so I helped him out with money and advice, yet he still had an attitude with me. Am I wrong for getting pissed at him? Thanks, man. Well, yeah, if he's unappreciative for you helping him, then you should get mad at him, and he should learn to be appreciative when people help him, so, yeah. You're not in the wrong, I would say. Thanks for that donation, though, Glassigo. Are we gonna... There we go.
Do you have an arm day, and is 14 sets a week for biceps too much? I'm trying to bring my biceps and arms up in general.
I don't have a specific arm day, but I do train arms. It's just on days where I, like train chest or back or whatever. Like I do full body workouts, so I have push and pull focused workouts, but like I'll just train triceps on days where I do bench, and I'll train biceps on days where I do pulling. And is 14 sets too much? It's likely too much for most people, especially at the start of a meso, but depending on your own personal needs, it may not be. So it just entirely depends on how you react to the training. This is why you should keep training logs where you can actually, when you make adjustments to your programs, you can track progress. And say if you change the amount of total working sets on a given muscle group per week, you can look at your training notes and see, oh, I gained like, an inch to my biceps following this program for, this long, but I only gained half an inch following this program for this long, or my like bicep curl strength increased by, 10 pounds following this program, but it didn't increase following this program. So you can actually determine what benefit you're getting from what type of training, so you can more accurately determine without any kind of real bias that doing 14 sets is either too much or not enough or just right for you versus, some other amount of training. Thanks for the donation though, Nigamite.
Pedophile.
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip that. Thanks again, dude.
If I ever catch anybody hurting/killing a cat, I will catch a felony charge and the news will be talking about it, pouting face.
Oh yeah. If I ever saw somebody doing fucked up shit to an animal, I would assure appropriate justice is applied. Let's just say that. Thanks for the donation, Nico.
Check out this clip of the Marion County Police Department, where they punched a man in the face and dragged him out of the car during traffic stop. It is in my state of TN.
This is a passenger.
If I ever...
Alright.
Hold on. Get out of the car! Officer, please don't. Officer, please don't. Get out of the car! Officer, please don't. Get out! I told you 50 times. Get out! Officer, please. You're part of the traffic stop. I told you.
This was a passenger. Why would they have an interest in removing a passenger? Yeah, so, there's no practical reason to punch somebody in the face if you want to remove them from a car.
Get out of the car! Please! Officer, please! Get out of the car! Get out! Get out of the car! Get out! Get out of the car! Get out of the car!
Well, cops are thugs, but we already knew that. I'm just gonna go take a piss, and then I will set up the sit-up board, do the sit-ups. We'll watch some Ethan from Forgotten Weapons, then do some twerking. I'll be right back. I also had to poop.
You're not that guy, Richard. Trust me, you're not that guy. Start eating salmon, eggs, and chicken breast. You'll become stronger than ever and a true Sigma male. Nigger underscore nigger underscore nigger underscore nigger.
No. We're not going to be doing that. Thanks for the donation, though, dipshit. Oh, all right. There we are. I don't know. Is my right trap bigger than my left? I think it might be. I'm always like stiff on the one side of my neck. Might just because yeah, there might be. Dodo donated $2. Make sure you debate Hamza Den tomorrow. I mean, technically later today, because his arena stream starts at 4:30, so you better debate him. Also, are you debating... You're debating with Kid is for next day. Can you email him? It's not. He said it's either going to have to be on the 14th or the 19th. He keeps changing the date around. So yeah, I'll email him, see what's going on. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. I'll try to make it for the Hamza Den thing.
Raising Nazis 101.
Traumatized by what now? Conroe, Texas, some Conroe ISD trustees went to crack down on displays of racial inclusivity and pride, saying they represent symbols of personal ideologies. One trustee says a child was traumatized by a poster showing different colored children holding hands and had to switch classrooms. These are the same people who make fun of, like, the left for being easily triggered. School officials against this say a policy prohibiting political displays not related to curriculum already exists. The trustee who brought this forward didn't realize that. This is just fucking crazy. All right, thanks,
its
Ben.
new ruling on pistol braces and short-barreled rifles, Attorney General of the U.S. Merrick Garland was quoted as saying thus: "Almost a century ago, Congress determined that short-barreled rifles must be subject to heightened requirements." And that's just straight up not true.
Yeah, the SBR classification is unconstitutional. Not only is it not something that's part of the U.S. Constitution, it has never been stated ever before by like any president or congressman. This is like some... This was made... Well, I guess he's going to explain it, but it was like this weird thing where they were trying to ban rifles outright, and the only thing they could do was make regulation on short-barreled rifles. It's just insane.
Thanks for tuning in to another video on ForgottenWeapons.com. I'm Ian McCollum, and this subject has become very relevant. And so I thought it'd be worth taking a look at the history of short-barreled rifles and their regulation and how this applies to the newly released ruling on pistol braces, which TLDR essentially makes all braced pistols into short-barreled rifles. So in 1934, the US Congress passed the National Firearms Act, and this regulated a number of types of firearm. Now, the intent of this was to prohibit them outright. However, it was recognized at the time that the Second Amendment didn't actually allow an outright prohibition, and so instead, a prohibitively expensive tax was chosen as the mechanism for restricting ownership of these firearms. The tax was $200. The legislation makes no allowance for that tax to change with regards to inflation, and so it is still $200 today. However, in 1934, a $200 tax was many, many times the cost of most of the guns that were regulated by the Act. For example, silencers at that time cost between $3 and $7. A $200 tax on a $3 to $7 item is obviously intended to be prohibitive. At any rate, that's not the point that I want to make here. The relevant point is that the National Firearms Act regulated machine guns, destructive devices today, but that would actually come in an amendment later in the 1960s, short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and an extra sort of vague category entitled any other weapons. One might wonder, is Attorney General Garland correct in that short-barreled rifles and short-barreled shotguns were seen as a particularly criminal threat, a threat from the criminal element? And the answer is no, because originally, as it was written, the National Firearms Act would have also subjected handguns to these same restrictions, and that was largely the intent of the National Firearms Act. It wanted to target the scary guns that were viewed as being used by criminals, and those were handguns and machine guns. However, before the act was actually passed, lobbyists successfully removed the handguns from the scope of the legislation. Now, the whole reason that short-barreled shotguns and short-barreled rifles were included in this was not because they specifically were considered a problem, but because they were seen as a loophole in a prohibition or a prohibitive tax on handguns. Because what's the point in banning a handgun if I can just go take a rifle, cut the stock off, cut the barrel off, and now I have a little short concealable rifle. It's going to be kludgy and clumsy and awkward, but that really kind of fits the criminal use case anyway. We just cut those off and all of a sudden, well, officer, it's not a handgun, it's clearly a rifle. And so short-barreled rifles and shotguns were included in this bill as a closure of a loophole of how you could get a handgun that isn't technically a handgun. The big problem was that, and this hasn't been fixed in the virtually 90 years since this law was passed, is that those loophole closures weren't removed when the handgun section was removed. So we are left in this really quite absurd legislative or legal position today where a handgun, if I can do this without everything falling over, this handgun is totally legal. I can buy this from a dealer without anything beyond a general background check. In states that allow private purchases, I can just buy this from another person. No big deal. I can also buy this without any particular extra oversight beyond what is required to buy a firearm in general. This is clearly a rifle. It's long. However, this, which falls squarely between those previous two, is subject to what was at the time intended to be a prohibitive federal tax, as well as the oversight of having to submit photographs, fingerprints to the FBI, and wait, it's not a legal mandate.
Because remember, criminals are going to submit their fingerprints and ID and get a background check. Like, the idea behind all of this is just
waiting
so stupid.
period, but the practical waiting period, because the amount of time that it takes ATF to process the form to legally own this, to pay the tax on it so that you can own it, is these days 6 to 9 months. It varies with the new regulation declaring all sorts of extra things to be short-barreled rifles. The waiting time for this to be processed is almost certainly going to jump above a year, and who knows how long it will actually go. But let me remind you, this, according to Attorney General Garland, is prohibited or is regulated because it is particularly dangerous because it's concealable. And yet, this, which is clearly more concealable, is not. You see the absurdity.
Yeah.
Now, the National Firearms Act has not been static since 1934 when it was first passed. It's been changed twice in ways that are relevant to what we're looking at today. The first change was in 1936 when a number of manufacturers of .22 caliber sporting rifles, plinking rifles, small game hunting rifles, wrote to Congress or to the government and essentially said, look, this barrel length prohibition is really creating a problem for us. Like, we sell a lot of guns, we make a lot of guns that have barrels shorter than this, and they're .22 caliber hunting rifles. They have no place in the criminal world. Like, this isn't the sort of gun that you're trying to ban, but your law has banned them, and this is putting undue imposition on our business. Could you please change it? And in 1936, they did. And what they did was they exempted .22 caliber rifles with barrels longer than 16 inches. That's right, 16. Now, if you are intimately familiar with the NFA, you will know that the legal barrel length limit, the legal minimum for a rifle, at which point it becomes a short-barreled rifle, is 16 inches today. We'll get to that change in a moment, because for shotguns, you have to have an 18-inch barrel. We have an odd dichotomy where it's 18 inches for a shotgun, but it's 16 inches for a rifle, and these are allegedly based on the same idea of concealability. So why is there a difference in the barrel lengths between the two? Well, for .22 caliber rifles, it became 16 inches in 1936, specifically to basically let some of these guns that were obviously not what Congress was trying to control out of the loop. Now, a further issue came up in 1963, or rather in 1968. So in 1963, the US government starts surplusing M1 carbines. The M1 carbine has a 16.25 inch long barrel. In 1963, the US government sold just about 250,000 of them to NRA members. And it occurred to someone at some point after they all went out the door that every single one of those was, in fact, an NFA violation. Every single one of those was legally a short-barreled rifle. That's a big whoopsie. This is, in fact, fairly similar to what we have today, which is that in 2012, the first pistol brace was submitted to ATF for ruling. Is this, if we put this on a pistol so you can strap it to your arm and have improved stability, especially for people who have perhaps handicaps.
By the way, the fact that that sort of mistake was made just shows how little they actually fucking care. And that these classifications are just entirely arbitrary.
Would that constitute a short-barreled rifle? And ATF looked at it and said, well, no, it wouldn't. And again, kind of an oops, because pretty quickly people started realizing that I can take this brace and I can just stick it on my shoulder like a stock, and it pretty much works the same way. It's a little less comfortable, but I can shoot the gun much more effectively that way than I can strapping this thing to my arm. Now, the ultimate result of that whoopsie today is ATF coming back after there are millions. ATF estimates there are 3 to 7 million pistol braces in private hands in the United States today. The Congressional Research Service says that it's actually more like between 10 and 40 million of these things. And the ATF's response has been to declare them all contraband. Well,
yeah, so now after we said, oh yeah, this is okay, now 40 million people are criminals.
Possessing the thing is sort of legal. If you don't have a gun, you can put it on. Putting it on a gun, you've now created a short-barreled rifle, and the penalty for this, by the way, is a $250,000 fine and a 10-year sentence in federal prison as a felon. You might think that this is a bit out of scale for the severity of the crime, which of course has no actual victim in the first place at all. One might suspect that if a criminal wanted to conceal a firearm, they could acquire a pistol instead of register a $200 tax for a short-barreled rifle with a pistol brace on it. At any rate, the solution to the oopsie in 1963, when all of these things got sold out onto the market by the government themselves, was to come back in 1968 and include a clause in the Gun Control Act that changed the minimum barrel length from 18 inches to 16 inches for all rifles. So as of 1936, The length was 16 inches for a .22. As of 1968, it becomes 16 inches for everything. They acknowledged, presumably, that they made a mistake. They recognized that this mistake had no actual impact on crime or concealability of firearms. Possibly, they don't say this, but possibly in part because it was recognized that this whole short-barreled rifle thing is a farce from the very beginning, because the one element that it's supposed to protect against, people cutting down rifles to make handguns, is completely moot, because there is no tax or prohibition on handguns. So the response, though...
Well, not only that, criminals can just get handguns and cut down rifles anyway, so who cares?
The first time this sort of mistake happened was to acknowledge the problem and recognize that it wasn't really actually a problem and amend the law to let people keep the stuff that they had that they weren't doing anything wrong with. Today, we ought to do the exact same thing. I would like to propose that there is in fact one very simple, very straightforward, and what ought to be clearly obvious solution to this entire arm brace debacle. And that solution is take short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and any other weapons off of the NFA. There is in fact no reason for them to be there. There has been no reason for them to be there since the law was passed 89 years ago. Now, obviously, we live in a very polarized political society. I'm sure 50% of the people out there who see this, well, I'm sure one side of the political spectrum is going to hear that argument and say, rah, rah, absolutely, of course, that's clearly what we should do. And the other half is going to say, no, we shouldn't. These things are, in some way, a detriment to society. They're a danger. I propose that the only rationale for keeping these guns is an idea that handguns should also be banned, and that further classes of firearms should, in fact, be banned, something that the Supreme Court and the Second Amendment don't actually allow under our form of government. However, I would also point out that, like I said a moment ago, the Congressional Research Service says there are between 10 and 40 million of these pistol braces out in private hands. If these are actually a problem, law enforcement needs to do something to get them. However, ATF has said that it does not expect to expend any substantial investigative enforcement authority on collecting them. And so we have a rather hypocritical situation here of, if they are a danger, they ought to be, like, this law ought to be enforced, and they should be rounded up and taken in because they're a danger. But if they're not going to be, well, if they're not a danger, then there's no real need to collect them, right? Which is what the ATF has said it's going to do. Frankly, it's pretty obvious that they're not a problem. There are tens of millions of these things out there, and tell me the last time you saw more than maybe one crime that was committed using them. Instead, I would propose that by removing these classes of firearms from the NFA, ATF can take its somewhat limited resources and apply them to legal penalty or violations of the law, crimes that actually have victims that are actually negatively impacting our society. And that is not the fact that this is due special regulation compared to either that or that. This is a nonsense law that is left over from an attempt at legislation that didn't actually happen. So if you would prefer to see ATF actually following up on crimes like gun smuggling by drug runners into Mexico, something that is worth their time and effort and that they can do a good job on, they shouldn't be wasting their time trying to track down pistol braces. This actually isn't a pistol brace. This is actually a registered short-barreled rifle, and has been because I wanted the actual appropriate stock on it. Anyway, I know I don't normally...
It really shows that they don't have an interest in actually stopping crime. They just want to, like, again, they just want to take away your rights. It's not an interest in stopping crime. Glassigo donated $2. Imagine having this guy as your brother, lol. Nick Avocado's crazy as fuck. To be honest, even Frank Tufano's better.
Welcome to class, everybody, and especially to you, Nikocado Avocado. Your channel has become boring.
It's an old clip, dude, and I don't care.
Your life is going great. You have millions of followers. Everybody loves you. You're always like going on all of your channels.
Whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Is it legal to earn money on gaming on YouTube? Can you learn me a little about it?
What do you mean legal and what do you mean gaming? Gambling, I'm not sure if YouTube allows for gambling content. If you mean gaming, like, yeah, you can just upload gameplay videos, do live streams. I can't really explain to you all the fucking details of how you could make money, so maybe just upload gaming content. Thanks for that donation, Richard.
Back defenders, Jake here. Top story today has to be the huge explosion that destroyed a military optics factory near Moscow. The Zagorsk optical mechanical plant produced, we need to use past tense, produced optics sites and other equipment for Russia's military. The cause of the massive explosion is still currently unknown. And officially, this plant produced aviation sights, thermal imagers, night vision goggles, and binoculars. So how does a pair of binoculars make an explosion this big?
They're assault
And the Russian
binoculars.
government is telling their people officially that pyrotechnics, fireworks were being produced close to this factory, and fireworks explains the massive explosion.
Nope.
But we know better. Here's an interesting video of a Russian man running towards the scene of the explosion, possibly to help people. And he got out his camera and started filming. And he filmed something he wasn't supposed to film.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's an explosive.
I'll link this clip down below. It's pretty interesting. As soon as one of the first responders sees that he's filming, they then chase after him to stop the filming. But what this Russian man accidentally filmed from the detonation was a 152 millimeter howitzer round. So yes, obviously at this military factory, they were producing artillery shells, and that is what explains the massive explosion. And the director of the factory has been detained and is currently being interrogated. Rumors is that the director of this plant was hiring illegal migrants to work in the factory. Now, we're never going to know the truth. This might have been a valid Ukrainian attack on this factory. There are Russian media reports claiming that this was a Ukrainian drone attack, but no Russian civilians in the area saw, heard, or recorded any drones flying in the area. So was it a partisan attack by Russians who are against the
partisans.
war? Was it the Ukrainian military? Or was it just incompetence with illegal migrant workers in the factory smoking cigarettes next?
I would guess it's probably partisans, but yeah, I mean, people do stupid shit.
To the TNT. We'll probably never know. And there's some wild pictures and videos. I'll link this one down below. This is a dash cam video showing the moment of the explosion. This vehicle is probably half a kilometer away from the factory, and everything is blown out. Everything is crushed. This explosion blew out windows, destroyed buildings. Anyone that was in that factory is no longer alive. I'll link this video down below. And of course, because it's the internet, you gotta turn everything into a meme. The Oppenheimer camera team claimed, "We created the best imitation of a nuclear blast. So impressive and enjoyable." The Zagorski optical mechanical plant said, "Hold my beer." And you can't have a meme about an explosion without turning Ukraine's intelligence chief Budanov into Oppenheimer. I love it. The other big story that people have been talking about in the last day is claims about a river landing by Ukrainian forces in the Kherson region. Ukraine may be looking to take advantage of the redeployment of seasoned Russian troops from Kherson to Zaporizhia. So the claim is that Russia's elite forces, maybe their paratroopers, are being pulled off of the Kherson front and sent to Zaporizhia. And the remaining Russian troops there aren't very motivated, aren't very capable, and generally are not putting up a good resistance. So when we look at the map, let's zoom out and think big picture. What is Ukraine attempting to achieve here? And with the destructions of the bridges in Henichesk and Chanhar, the Russians can't resupply going through these two roads. So to go around, they have to...
Why don't you post vids of your streams? Do you realize how many followers you have that aren't able to watch the streams who would watch those videos? It would help keep your channel relevant. Eventually you're going to run out of donators without fresh meat.
Yeah. It's just a lot of work to do on my own. Thanks for the donation, Bennis.
to use the land bridge, and this road, unfortunately for the Russians, doesn't, loop around to go to Melitopol. The road takes them directly to Oleshki. This is the canal that used to feed fresh water to Crimea, and there's no road going northeast to the direction the Russians want to go. They have to go close to Oleshki, where the Ukrainians currently have a bridgehead. They're putting up a resistance. They want to capture this village. And where this secondary landing occurred, it's not updated on the map yet, is right here in Kozachki Larehi. And what the Ukrainians are trying to do is capture this road. Ideally, they would love to capture this triple junction here, but they'd settle for taking this road here. If they can get within mortar firing distance, they can target any kind of resupply vehicles going around, because the bridges in Chanahar and Henichesk have been destroyed. So this is twofold. Stop the resupply from Crimea to Kherson and Zaporizhia, but also prevent a retreat. If Russia decides they want to get out of this region, their soldiers are going to be backed up for miles in convoys trying to evacuate. If Russia wants to abandon this territory, they're going to have to leave a lot of stuff behind, and they'll probably take a lot of casualties if Ukraine can just target this road with mortar and artillery, or even better, capture it entirely and choke off the Russians from getting in and out of Crimea. According to the Institute for the Study of Warfare, the Kremlin may be demanding silence over military failures in Ukraine. So the regular Russian military has not advanced anywhere on the map in over a year. That is how incompetent Russia's ground forces are. It was the Wagner Group who captured Bakhmut, and the Wagner Group is now gone. So top Moscow officials may be directing their military bloggers and other outlets to stay silent about Russian military problems. This follows the pattern of arresting Igor Girkin. Igor Girkin is an ultranationalist. He's a patriot. He's very pro-war and he hates Ukraine. And he's currently in jail for criticizing the Russian military. You're not allowed to do that. But Putin and the Kremlin doesn't want their military bloggers talking about anything bad happening for Russia at all. According to the Institute for Study of Warfare, coverage of events in Crimea has created substantial tension in the Russian information space, with some bloggers accusing others of spreading panic, while most avoid mentioning the attack.
Let's see. Dodo donated $2.
So why is that? Why are you PPC?
I think they're mostly Christian. I think I'm against the vaccine mandate.
Okay, so mostly Christian. So you don't think we should be supporting Muslims?
No, I think we should support everyone.
You should support everyone.
I think mainly liberal abortion is against Christianity. I think a lot of
but okay. Do you think that women should have the right to choose what happens to their own bodies?
Personally, no.
No, you think you should be able to choose what happens to a woman's body?
Well, I think if they're sleeping around, they shouldn't be allowed to abort the baby. Personally, I'm pro-choice.
Wow. So
that kid is just stupid.
Or Republican would prefer that tax credit money be spent on a border wall and hopes for a Donald Trump comeback.
Do I think that Donald Trump's perfect? No. I think I don't personally. I'm not a big fan of who he is and what he does and how he lives.
This guy just wants to vote for Trump because he wants a border wall. Like, wow.
But I think the decisions and the things that he did for our country were good.
The Mudd family is living both the American dream and the American divide. A business Jim Mudd Sr. started in his basement 42 years ago now employs 80 people, clients coast to coast.
Or whatever. Thanks, Dodo.
Why so lazy? Just hire someone to edit your streams and make shorts for you. It's an easy way to keep your job security.
It's not as easy as that, especially with some of the, research topics I cover, like the, whatchamacall, Brett Cooper thing we reacted to. I don't really trust an editor to just be able to cut that up in a sensible way. Thanks, Bennis. Clip Johnny Tillers, do you have a link to the chair you have? Have you been enjoying it? I got it from Leon's. I don't think they have it actually listed on their website. It was just in their showroom, and it was at a discount. I think it was regularly $800. I got it for $600. But it looks like this one. I think this is the exact same model. Actually, no, it's not. It has a different base, but it's basically this. Can't remember what brand it was. I think it was a Bentley. Yeah, it was like a Bentley reclining chair. It's not it. But yeah, I got it from Leon's, and I think it was I think the model is a Bentley, obviously synthetic leather recliner. And yeah, this is a great chair. Way more comfortable than the shitty fucking gaming chair I had before, and like any kind of computer chair you could get. Thanks for the nation though, Kloop.
Acts all together. So every time one of these Storm Shadows or Scout missiles blows up a Russian ammunition depot in Crimea, the Kremlin doesn't want any of these military bloggers to even mention it to their followers anymore. We've got another video from Dmitry at War Translated of Russian soldiers complaining. This time, these troops are from the Orenburg Oblast. Orenburg is on the border with Kazakhstan, so these are not Russian men from Moscow or St. Petersburg, so the Kremlin doesn't care about them. But let's listen to what they have to say and what they're complaining about this time. On behalf of my comrades here, we're all from Orenburg Oblast. We are contracts, essentially volunteers. Our average age is over 45 years old. We came to defend our motherland. With this in mind, I'd like to address all citizens of Russia, the government, the prosecution, and President Putin, regarding our governor of the richest region in Russia, which has oil and gas, all you need, but he's unable to find money for payments to the servicemen for their families. We all have families, and
all the time, dude. Nobody's getting paid. Like, I'm expecting mass mutinies. If nobody's getting paid, like, why the fuck would anybody get killed and blown up for no fucking money? Even if they're, you know, patriotic, just, I don't see it happening. I think there are going to be mass mutinies.
Children, we have houses. We're unable to pay the bills for gas and electricity because our governor thinks he needs money more than we or our families. I'm asking everyone to spread this video message and bring it to an end. We'll be having elections soon, electing him again. I don't think we need him in the region. Everyone supports me. That's it. Thanks, everyone. We don't need this governor. So none of these Russian men are being paid. This seems to be a very common problem in the Russian military. Nobody is being paid. And this group of soldiers seems to think the governor of their oblast is the problem, when it's kind of all the Russian soldiers from all the oblasts. I don't think this governor is at fault. Somebody in their chain of command is clearly just stealing all of their salaries, and they, for some
I don't even know if it's really part of the chain of command. They might just not be getting sent money because there's no money to be sent.
reason, continue to tolerate it. I promise I'll get you out. Russian families desperately trying to get sons off the front lines.
Donate tellers, how do the Republicans say Biden is soft on China when he's already banned semiconductor shipments to China, and now this, and they're trying to say he's corrupt for China because of possible Hunter Biden business deal? It's insane. So not only has he banned semiconductor and chips shipments to China, he's committed to going to war with China if they invade Taiwan, and then they're saying like he's supporting China. Like, are you on crack?
U.S. President Joe Biden has issued an executive order banning U.S. investment in Chinese quantum computing, advanced chips, and AI technologies, citing national security concerns.
Well, yeah, absolutely. The amount of cybersecurity attacks from China are just crazy, but based. Hopefully there ends up being a regime change in China, because Xi's a fucking wacko. It looks like they're going to have a massive economic decline and go into a huge recession. And hopefully it just creates a regime change, and then there's like somebody more sensible put in power, and ideally, possibly ideally, you see, you know, democracy kind of start to arise in China. A lot of Chinese people are kind of like Russians, where I see them like talking about wanting to go to war with the US and stuff. So I don't know if like a democratically elected official is necessarily the best thing, because I don't know what the demographics in China are like politically, but yeah, Xi Jinping is a fucking wacko.
In 2 intercepted calls, Russian soldiers and their families discuss ways in which they can protest the actions of Kremlin military leaders who are sending us to our...
Vegan Cell Donate Tellers, you seen this one yet?
Scared and trampling you. Is it your moose? It's not my moose. It must
Yeah, I've seen that.
See how long me and Papa... Get him! Get him!
Uh-huh. Thanks for the nation. Year strong, let's keep going. Well, thank you, Apostate Cantus. Thanks for the support, dude.
Our deaths. So I think the common people of Russia, even if they still support the war, they're starting to question the tactics used by their military, in that they keep taking horrendous losses, needlessly, for stupid, failed attacks that simply don't work. Here's the phone conversation on Telegram published by Ukraine's intelligence services. Usually within a day or two, this is the YouTube channel that will give an English translation. If you want to check out insights from Ukraine and Russia, the video they're talking about, I think, might be this one or this one. I'll link them down below. This might be the darkest story I have mentioned to you guys, and that is saying a lot. Widespread reports are emerging of a program of forced military recruitment in Russian penal colonies, with prisoners being evaluated for their fitness to be drafted into Storm Z assault units.
Wow.
These are the meat wave attacks. Desperate convicts are said to be trying to contract HIV to avoid the draft. So the word is out.
Holy shit. Imagine you're desperate to get infected with HIV because you know that's your best chance of surviving. Holy fuck, bro.
If you're a Russian prisoner, don't let them take
What
you to
the
Ukraine.
Fuck.
You're not going to last very long. So there are actually reports of Russian prisoners trying to contract HIV to prevent them from being sent to the front lines in Ukraine.
Wow.
Pick your poison, but holy cow, that is dark. Chris O does fantastic work on Twitter. All of his sources are always linked at the bottom from Net Gulag on Telegram. That is dark. Russia pulls thousands of Soviet-era military vehicles from major storage facilities. We have these deep storage.
Gene Cuevas, Cumberdale, donate $2. Make it through the regarded content. You'll get rewarded for vids.
Dude, these motherfuckers are so in tune with nature that they'll make.
Yeah, I've seen that one. It's fucking stupid.
We took LGB and then we added LGBTQIA+++, and then we included men who dress up like women.
Seen that one too. That's an old one.
Why did you ban vegans from your restaurant?
I banned them from my restaurant because it was just...
I've seen this. This guy's a liar. He lied to a vegan customer saying he has lots of vegan options. She came there was literally nothing she could eat. She left a bad review. Then he banned vegans and then their protests. Like, these are all old stories. I don't know why you're sending me these.
Why did you...
Dear friends, because of your comments on my last video, I spent some dough on a salt lick for the deer that keep licking me like a lollipop. It sounded like a good idea. I showed up in the dark holding this thing like I'm some sort of a hoof fairy, and the deer were acting a little weird till I gave one a little tickle. To humor me back, they actually licked the salt lick. Then perhaps to show their appreciation, or just to be silly, they decided they'd rather lick me instead. Now some folks might assume that because I'm all chummy with these wild animals, I must hate hunters. But that's not true. I try to turn judgment into compassion. We're all on our own journey. Hunting is a part of creation's grand plan in our dear lives.
What a piece of shit. Fuck that guy. Hope you get fucking shot with an arrow. Be funny if this fucking jackass gets shot and killed by a hunter thinking he was a fucking deer, and let's see him say that. Yeah, hopefully you get paralyzed by some hunter thinking you're a fucking deer, and then I'd love to see the video. Oh, this is just part of the nature's will. Fucking asshole.
Storage yards where these tanks and armored vehicles have been parked for decades. This is the legacy of the Soviet Union. They produced all these military vehicles with the intent on going all the way to Portugal, conquering the European continent and forcing every government to accept communism. The Soviet Union collapsed and Russia inherited all this equipment. And they can't even take the entirety of the Donbass region. They can't even get Liman back. So Putin is perfectly fine destroying all this armor, losing all this equipment, gambling everything, just to hold on to Kherson, Zaporizhia, the land bridge to Crimea. He's willing to lose it all for Russia. If he can just keep what he's already taken and then get some kind of armistice or freeze in the conflict until they can rebuild. It's not going to happen, Russia, but nice try. Ukraine's military intelligence Russia won't be able to repair the Olengorsky Gornyak. This is the assault landing vehicle that the Ukrainians struck about a week ago. And this ship is really old. It was built in 1976 in Poland. I guess 1976 isn't that old compared to other equipment the Russians are using. But they do have it in dry dock. They're going to pretend like they're working on it. But this ship is never going to get repaired. For all intents and purposes concerning this war, Ukraine successfully sunk this ship. And the rumor is, after striking that oil tanker, the SIG, Ukraine is giving 2 weeks' notice to all commercial shipping companies that you've got 2 weeks to wrap up your business. Get out of Russian ports, stop transiting to Russian ports, because once these 2 weeks are up, we're going to start going after other valid military targets supporting Russia's war effort, whether they're military ships or civilian ships. So there's nothing happening this week as far as these drone boats, but
benevolent.
I do think next week Putin introduced amendments to the State Duma articles on informing the UN. And
I want a wolf and feed him vegan dog food.
I can almost guarantee that you would not want a wolf. They're different than domesticated dogs. They're more aggressive. They're less sociable. They might be friendly with you, but they're going to be much more wary and less friendly with other people. And just the way they behave in general is a bit different. So you probably don't want a wolf, and it's likely illegal for you to even have them. Even a hybrid. So, yeah, you probably don't. There's actually some people in Canada whose like dogs end up breeding with wolves, and then they try to sell these fucking hybrids as like German Shepherd Husky mixes, but they're actually dog wolf hybrids. They are pretty. And yeah, if you are gonna take care of them, vegan food would certainly be ideal. Thanks to the nation though, Fohammer.
And the Council of Europe about martial law and the state of emergency in Russia. The amendments provide for Russia's refusal to inform the Council of Europe of its deviations from international treaties in terms of human rights in martial law and a state of emergency.
Yeah, so they know exactly what's coming.
So basically, if Russia wants to declare martial law or a state of emergency, they're not going to tell anyone. They're just going to suspend what human rights remain in Russia. I mean, is this going to make much of a difference for the average life of the average Russian? But for some reason, Russia doesn't want to communicate this to the EU or the UN. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Defense contractor Rheinmetall says that they've purchased 50 Leopard 1 tanks and will supply 30 of them to Ukraine.
Dope.
Rheinmetall was able to purchase these from some Belgian company, but yeah.
Those Leopard tanks are fucking crazy. The suspension system they have on them is like magic. Leopard tank suspension. Let me see if I can find the video. Yeah, here it is. So this is a Leopard 2. So they have a beer on the end of the fucking cannon. And watch this. It's like bouncing up and down over ruts and mud and shit, and then it doesn't spill anything. Yeah, that is crazy.
Tanks are tanks.
I don't know how they do that.
Final couple feel-good videos. The first one is of a Ukrainian defender putting in his lunch order.
Definitely do not support that. Little fucks.
Found this video informative.
Alrighty, let's get this twerking done. Have you seen the beer vest stabilizer? Not. That's pretty amazing.
I don't want this.
Fucking Peterson.
Like,
Can someone?
My scratching isn't gonna make it soft.
All right. We have completed the twerking. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
You know, and look at the people that want to oppress this LBGQ or whatever the heck it is, all these transgenders and gays, and you know, I don't believe in all that crap. That's just...
This is an old clip, dude. Like, why are you sending me this?
MAGA means. Well, America was certainly great when we valued the nuclear family, and
This is just a re-uploaded clip, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Whoa, what the fuck?
Thanks to reporting from the Arizona Republic, we're learning today that a prominent Trump advisor by the name of Boris Epshteyn was arrested back in 2021 for allegedly sexually assaulting 2 women at a club. Now, in body cam video, which we're about to show you, from that night of the incident, we hear a woman telling police officers that a man had been groping her and her sister.
Tony Soprano looking cute, white polo. I don't know where he is.
Did you see what happened?
Yeah, like all night he's been like touching me and my sister, especially my sister.
Mike, don't you tell her who's in the right?
This lady cop gets upset when the man filming outsmarts her.
Filming up and down the businesses?
Exactly.
Okay. Any reason why?
Any reason why?
Yeah, I mean, some of the business owners are just concerned.
Oh, I got you. No, it's just what I felt like doing today. It's a beautiful day.
Okay.
Catch you later.
Well, thank you, Sam. Appreciate the support as always. Hope you have a nice night. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Do you guys have any ID on you?
Do I have any ID?
Yeah.
I always have ID.
Okay, can I see it?
Why would I give you ID?
It's just a routine thing, just asking for ID. I mean, what?
This is boring. Don't send me boring shit.
Corner her, grabbed her, and like just making her super uncomfortable, touching her. Actually, completely told him to stop touching her.
Can you define like touching her? Like what do you mean by that?
Touching
That's
her
crazy.
chest, touching her.
Okay, so here's the deal, okay? So for right now, we're just trying to figure out what else is going on, okay? A female is alleging that you touched her inappropriately, okay? Okay, so just let us work through it and we'll get through it, okay? I'll ask you about it here in a second. We just got to get some more information from her first, okay? Sorry? No, don't stand up. You're being detained right now, okay? Okay, Boris, so what happened tonight? What was going on in there? Okay, do you not wish to speak with me? Okay.
That sounds like somebody who's guilty AF. Yeah, like you'd think a not guilty person would just say, I don't know what she's talking about. Like, yeah, I said hi and offered her a drink and then, like, you know, something like that. But he's like, no comment, don't want to talk about it.
Now, if you're wondering who Epstein is and what his relationship with Trump is, he was a...
And his name is Epstein. Why are all these people who are affiliated with Trump and Republicans like all fucking crazy wackos who like sexually assault people?
Matt Walsh, he's milked the transphobia almost to like its natural endpoint. Every other issue for him, you know, he has to be, in his mind, I feel like, on the edgier side of the spectrum, because Matt Walsh is just not very talented. This is him basically in talking about great replacement theory without saying the words great replacement theory. But here he is on his program.
Well, we know Matt Walsh is in fact a white supremacist.
And so there are really two parts of the story. The first is the story itself, which is the demographic trend, where whites are trending towards extinction in the United States.
Yeah, there we go. Great replacement theory. What a fucking wacko.
Like that's the way it's headed. What? And
of course, because the white race is superior, this is a very bad thing.
The other part of the story is the veil of silence around this issue. The wall that is erected around it.
Like, also, when this topic is talked about, like, there's obviously, like, interracial relationships, and you're gonna have, like, black and white people having kids and everything. Like, they don't count as white, because, again, there's this idea of, like, racial purity. And because the white race is pure, and every other race isn't pure, then you don't count as white if you're mixed race.
I know you're going to say, well, you just read a story about it, so there's not a silence. Yeah, they can report on it. So you report and you celebrate diversity, and then you just move on. We don't talk about it. We don't think much about it, and that's it. You aren't allowed to talk much about it. You certainly can't be concerned about it. You're not allowed to express any concern. That's unthinkable.
Yeah.
To hear that whites are on their way to minority status and the white population is declining, the worst thing you could possibly do is to talk about it at all is already a problem, but to suggest that there's any reason at all to be concerned about that or to be anything less than thrilled by that development is incredibly racist, we're told.
Sorry, like...
Well, if Nick Fuentes was darker skinned, you know, he would likely not have the platform he has. So if the next, you know, generation of Matt Walshes are dark skinned, it's going to be a lot harder for them to be taken seriously when they talk about, you know, their Nazi ideology. So yeah, if the white race is eliminated and there's only like brown people left, that might actually be a good thing. At least we wouldn't have people like Matt Walsh at least being taken seriously.
You haven't suffered enough, but I'm feeling generous, so you get a small reward. 4 extremely important animal vids.
Coyote and cat.
Yeah, coyotes are pretty weird.
Wow.
That's cute. Oh my god. It's like a little water dog.
Oh my god.
Dude, I need a fucking platypus.
Oh my god. Look at him. pecking.
They're such a weird animal. Oh my god. That's a good fucking platypus. Wow. Those are some nice burbs. Those are good burbs.
Hi, buddy. Oh, Dragon. Oh, Dragon.
They're cute when they're not, devouring someone or something. Wow. Well, thank you, Jaquevis.
This is not happening. Like, of all live births in the United States during 2018, 2020, 52% were white. Like, that I'm not sure what numbers he goes, but like, where are white people going to go?
He's just fear mongering, right? He's trying to.
Well, yeah, like the idea. The Great Replacement theory is just fucking insane. You're not, like, you are seeing very gradual demographic changes, but the idea that white people aren't going to be here anymore in, like, 100 years is just fucking crazy. You might see things like a larger percentage of the population being represented by, like, black or brown or Asian people, but that doesn't mean there's less white people. It just means as a percentage of the population, you're seeing demographic changes. Matt's a fucking idiot. Just monstrously stupid. And this is just, again, racism, white supremacy. We need to get the blackies out of here because they're destroying society, that type of crap.
Let's keep going.
We know that it doesn't even need to be said, but I'll say it anyway because we all know that's true. But we know that the continued existence of any other race of people is considered deeply important, and the preservation of the historical and traditional racial identity of any nation is considered deeply important. You know,
it's not.
So for example, if there was an influx of white immigration to a historically black country,
like South Africa,
and that was resulting in a giant.
So fucking stupid. Yeah, like South Africa.
Demographic shift wherein it was becoming a predominantly white country rather than predominantly black. This will be considered a major problem.
Can you pause it? Yeah, right. Okay, so
who's colonizing us?
Yes.
Yeah.
No one's. The problem for him is that there is no equivalent of colonialism with brown or black people, like except
because we actually brought him here, whether it was from slave ships or putting our border further and further south and west.
He's making a claim that he doesn't even know that he's making, which is that like colonialism and power and capitalism are intrinsically tied to the way that we've conceived whiteness.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh seems to believe that because people come here from other countries, he's living under like apartheid US. Like, what is?
Isn't Matt Walsh Canadian? I thought he was Canadian.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on? Like, does he not know what actually? Why it wasn't just white people going to Africa. It was a lot more than that.
I'm not ready to take off the table that we should treat Walsh like a Boer, but anyway. That's good.
I mean, and I'm not willing to take off the table that like he's maybe felt unwelcome in certain areas where there are black people, and for that,
especially if they know who he is,
especially if he acts the way that he does. So that's a bonus for me.
Demographic shift wherein it was becoming a predominantly white country rather than predominantly black. This will be considered a major problem, and there's no doubt about it. And yet, in the reverse, it is either neutral or cause for celebration.
Yes, because whites moving to South Africa is the same thing as blacks moving to the U.S. Sure.
But really, it should be a cause for celebration.
No one's celebrating anything.
And you know what? This pertains even to the animal kingdom. I mean, you can think of there's a particular type of, I don't know, hummingbird.
Oh, got invasive species discourse happening.
even for that, we're supposed to panic. If I were to say, hey, whatever, I mean, what does it matter? So we don't have that type of hummingbird. We got plenty of other hummingbirds. What does it matter what type of hummingbird it is?
Yeah.
The difference doesn't make.
White people are platypus.
So yeah, this type of hummingbird is there's more of that and there's less of this. Like, who cares? If I say that, I'm callous.
But sorry, Matt Walsh definitely does not give a shit about any animal going extinct. So what kind of concern is he trying to drape himself in here?
Also, if 52% of the birds in a place were hummingbirds, we wouldn't be saying they're on the road to extinction. That would just...
Yeah. Donate $2. Let me see.
In England, if you have sex with someone over 16, that's all right. But in Italy, you're a paedophile because it's 18 then. In this day and age, homosexuality's become a fad, become a fashion. It's a fine thing. 50 years ago, it was abomination. Before that, it was illegal.
Yeah, so I know what he's trying to do here. The reason why there's debates over age of consent is because age is a relevant factor in whether or not you can actually consent to sexual activity, which has ability to cause harm. It's somewhat arbitrary. Some might say it's 14, some say it's 16, some say it's 18, some might even say it's higher. But like, we can recognize there's a certain age where if you have a lack of ability to give consent, then there's a potential to cause harm, get taken advantage of. There isn't that kind of inherent risk with homosexual sex, where there is an inherent risk when you're talking about having sex with a younger person.
Legal. So this is what we call subjective morality based upon whims. Because the society is changing, the morality gets changed along with that society.
Same with Islam.
With the creator, the standard is there from the beginning. In England.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm definitely going to debate him on morality being objective or subjective. He doesn't even use the word the right way.
England, if you have sex with someone over 16, that's...
So he doesn't even understand what objective or subjective means. Subject means mind dependent. So something only exists with a mind existing. Objective means whether or not a mind is there to witness something or experience something, that thing is there or is true. So when you're talking about morality, it requires a mind to exist. It's a concept of someone perceiving something as either right or wrong. So when he says morality is objective because it comes from God, that is a misuse of the word objective, because God has a mind and he would have to be there to perceive something being right or wrong. And unless he can, unless he can give some sort of unique property to God where somehow his moral views are like more valid in some way, or he wouldn't even really be able to do that. Like, again, the perception of something being right and wrong is subjective. You can make a statement about morality where if we follow these moral principles, there will be a greater amount of well-being, there will be less suffering, there will be more people, experiencing a fulfilling life. You could say that is objectively true, but the actual perception of well-being being good and suffering being bad is subjective. There's no particular reason for anybody to think pleasure's good, suffering bad, other than personal preference. And even though God might be more wise, or he might understand certain moral principles that would allow somebody to experience a better life with less pain, more pleasure, that doesn't mean the principles that God would be espousing about morality are not subjective. It just means his subjective preferences lead to better outcomes. So he's using these terms without an understanding of what they mean.
That's all right. But in Italy, you're a paedophile because it's 18 then, in this day and age.
Yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Dude, I'm going to smoke him so bad in the debate tomorrow, assuming I can stay awake.
Who's got a harder life, me or you, living as a Muslim?
You can argue what a hard life is.
Okay, what can you eat and what can't you eat?
I could say that, hey, listen,
What can you eat?
I haven't got a paradise and 72 virgins ahead of me.
What can you eat and what can't you eat?
I can eat anything.
Right, I can't.
No.
So who's got a harder time finding something to eat, me or you?
I guess I would technically, because my food options are less than his.
I really don't think it's a big battle.
Really?
No.
So I go to a non-Muslim area, what do I eat? I have to have vegetarian pizzas and stuff, isn't it?
Well,
or fillet or fish.
Poor him.
Choice than that, I'm sure.
No, we don't. All right. But what I'm saying, the point here is this, who has a harder time?
It's a harder time. We all have choice as
All
to
right.
where we go.
You can eat what you like, where you like, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, I can't. So who has a harder time finding something to eat?
Well, I mean, technically, he could eat whatever he want. It would just be a violation of his own moral principles. I don't know what he's talking. Like, this makes no sense. Who's got it harder, Muslim or atheist, when it comes to food choices? Like, I mean, if you're an atheist, you can also be vegan. You can actually technically be Buddhist and be a vegan as well.
It's not a hard question.
I could argue, I'm a diabetic, okay?
Right,
so I've got equal problems to you.
Oh, okay. How many times a day you have to pray?
Do I have to pray?
Yeah.
Well, none.
None. How many times do I have to pray?
5, apparently.
Right. So who's got a harder time finding time to pray?
Oh my God, these are restrictions you made for yourself.
Allah, so why would I choose that? How's that a cop-out? Me making...
Why would you choose that? Like, ask the fucking gay people in Saudi Arabia who've been sentenced to fucking death. Like,
life harder for myself.
this guy is a fucking clown.
All right, atheists, you gotta get over this, all right? Stop using this term, God of the gaps, because we don't go there. We're not using this. We're explaining why we believe and the reasons for it. And you have to accept that a belief without proof can be true, and you need to test the reasons for that. You have to stop holding on to evolution. It goes beyond that. We're talking about life from a sterile universe here. You can't just skip it and then, oh, well, forget that part and we'll start with the life. No. Things that begin to exist require a cause, but the originator of the universe can't be caused, because then we'd have infinite regression. All right, atheists, you gotta get over this, all right? Stop using this term, God of the gaps, because we don't go there. We're not using this. We're explaining why we believe and the reasons for it. And you have to accept that a belief without proof can be true, and you need to test the reasons for that.
Yes, you can have belief without proof, but he literally does believe in a God of the gaps. Like, he literally just exemplified it. He's talking about God had to have created the universe because there's no way for the universe to have existed otherwise. There's a gap in our, scientific understanding of how the universe arose. And he's filling that with God. I don't know, 100, 1,000 years from now, whatever, we might actually discover how the universe came about. And if the answer isn't God, and he's still around somehow, he wouldn't be able to use God as an explanation for that. And then again, God is going to, fill an ever decreasing, spot in these explanations for why or how things exist and how we should live our lives.
You have to stop holding on to evolution. It goes beyond that. We're talking about life from a sterile universe here. You can't just skip it and then, oh, well, forget that part and we'll start with the life. No. Things that begin to exist require a cause, but the originator of the universe can't be caused, because then we'd have infinite regression.
Yeah, Ben uses this argument all the time. They just make an exception for God. So where did God come from? Oh, he always existed. So God could have always existed, but some type of particle could have never existed. Or some type of energy could have never existed. Like, right. What's interesting, this might actually play a part in the debate that I might have with him tomorrow, if I can get onto his call-in show. His co-host was talking about he alluded to this idea that morality is something that exists outside of God, like it's not something that God created. He talked about how like God is this like repository of knowledge. And if that's the case, then he's going to have to admit that there could be some things that exist without God's presence. And if that's the case, then how could he have this kind of reasoning where God could be the only thing that could create a universe? He is not very smart. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, because their voting power
else out.
They're like hummingbirds.
Yeah.
What difference does it make? So you got this type of hummingbird, there's more of that, and there's less of this. Like, who cares?
Zero sum.
If I say that, I'm callous. Because no, it's very important that we have all varieties of hummingbirds. Every variety is very, very important.
So
keep them all around. Every animal in the animal kingdom, we got to keep them all around. It's extremely important.
Yeah, Axel, I might actually end up competing in MMA. I'm going to start with just doing judo first. But we'll see. Like, if I'm good at it, I can like avoid injuries while training, and I like it. I might take it to a level where I start, being competitive. But we'll see.
If any particular variety starts to dwindle, if any particular type of species of animal gets driven out of its territory.
Race isn't a species either. That's another
very bad.
Yeah. Another makes us look a bad.
Important point.
Yeah, race is not a species. Matt Walsh is an idiot.
Analogy.
Super fucking racist and stupid. Let's see. How much proof do we need?
Here's proof, yet again, that Alex Eubank is not natural. And so, how many times are we going to have to expose him? How many times do we have to talk about this? Coach Greg, in today's video, the comment that went viral. Yet again, people exposing Alex Eubank. 3 years ago, he posted a comment on Brandon Clark's wall, and someone posted the comment on Reddit, and so everyone is now talking about it. What about that comment under Brandon Clark's video? Greg Doucette, didn't you see his comment about him asking about SARMs for his first cycle? What about the comment about you starting your cycle? And so with this comment, people are saying, here's proof, yet again, that Alex Eubank is not natural. And so how many times are we going to have to expose him? How many times do we have to talk about this? And so just a quick backstory in case you're new to all this. I previously made videos where I stated...
Yeah, he's probably not natural. You can actually see it. Looks like he does have inflamed glands under his nipples. So, good chance he is not natty. Good chance. Can never know for sure, but... Yeah, he definitely has some gynecomastia on his left nipple. You can see it. It's not really bad or anything, but you can see it. I don't know if that's his girlfriend, but she has a nice butt.
I don't believe that Alex Eubank is 100% natural. And as I've stated that he took a SARM or some form of performance-enhancing drug that suppresses natural production of testosterone. And more recently, he went over some of his blood work, noticed some of it, not all of it, and in that he showed testosterone levels had jumped to over 900 nanograms per deciliter. I speculated that it's most likely, perhaps 99% probability, that it's the result of him taking enclomiphene, which is a product that boosts your testosterone levels and would most likely cause what he was experiencing. And following this, we showed video of him talking about HGH boost.
Yeah, so his testosterone was super low from dieting, and then out of nowhere, it just super high.
Boosters, SARMs, and so on. And to add to this, we now see a comment from 3 years ago where he's talking about SARMs. I'm going to read the comment, going to see what people said about it. And so let's get right into it. And in case you're wondering, I actually like Alex Eubank. I speak to him in private. I try to help him out. And so it's not like we're enemies. You're thinking that we have hate for each other, that there's some kind of a beef. There actually isn't. I'm just very impartial, unbiased, and I'm going to tell you what I think no matter what. And so I was in a bike race and I received a message from Alex Eubank. He was saying, are you seeing what all these people are saying about this one comment that I made years ago? And I wrote to him and I said, what comment? He says, I'm driving my car. I'll explain it to you later on. And so it's been later on. It's been a few days and he hasn't yet brought it up again. And so perhaps he assumed I'd seen the comment as everyone was tagging me and he wanted to talk about it to explain why he made the comment. I'm about to hop on LGD, Rad 140, Osterine, MK, and that's short for MK677, ibutamorin, and maybe some YK11 for my first cycle. What do you think will happen? And so the first...
He's going to take 4 different SARMs for his first cycle. He has to be retarded.
First thing you need to know is that those are a list of SARM, selective androgen receptor modulators. They're not steroids, but they are in fact banned by WADA. MK677, on the other hand, it's not.
Something being banned by WADA doesn't mean shit. I think like aspirin's banned by
Here
WADA.
are some interesting videos for you to react to, or watch on your own time.
Canopy's down. Engine looks good. All pressure's good. Landing lights on. Squawking altitude.
Due eastbound now.
Man, that must be so fucking cool being a pilot.
So I gave him the engaged role, and what that means is, since he's now
meaningful sorting you've been on?
oh, the most.
So contact ground. Flight 3300 gateway.
That looks neat.
Yep. At the risk of sticking my neck out once again for you guys just to chop it off, I'm going to go ahead and talk about some GPU stuff coming up that may be, well, not so good. Surface radiators can keep informed decision maybe before it's too late. Being too late, well, what I'm referring to here is a potential another GPU shortage. Now, we just came out of the tunnel of the cryptocurrency boom with also the pandemic not lowering, but the inability to keep up with demand with all the people building home offices and work from home.
There's probably going to be another GPU shortage because people aren't buying GPUs, and I know it looks pretty clear that NVIDIA overproduced their 4060, and it seems like they also overproduced a lot of 30 series cards because the 40 series just across the board was overpriced as fuck. They're also really pushing for AI related hardware, and again, it looks like they're getting less interested in the consumer market, so it doesn't seem, the supply shortage seems to be kind of artificial.
Home and game from home and all that sort of stuff. And now that we're out of the tunnel on that, the companies ramped up their production, and so now the AIBs and NVIDIA and AMD, they're just sitting on warehouses and warehouses of graphics cards that aren't selling. And that's for multiple reasons. Obviously, the economy took a dump. People have very important things to pay for before commodities like gaming or graphics cards or PCs or whatever. And I know a lot of people right now are starting to get into a position where they're like, hey, I'm finally able to consider building a gaming computer after putting the whole concept on hold for 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, now with people starting to build again, that's going to eat up some of the available stock with demand. We have now entered, we've actually been in this space now for quite a few years, but now we are entering in the real AI boom. And AI is the latest monster that is going to probably gobble up all of your GPUs. AI is kind of like RGB. We all hate it because we just hear about it all the time, but you know what? It's a way of life now, and you just got to learn to live with it. Unfortunately, what we're dealing with now is a massive spread between the official AI deep learning / facilities, these big giant supercomputer servers put together that do nothing but learn. And they utilize very high-end hardware that NVIDIA has come out with over the years in several generations, ever since Titan Volta, back with like the P100 data center type stuff, where they have graphics cards that are not really graphics cards at all. They don't even have a video output. They don't even have a fan. They're just designed to sit 8 or 12 or 16 or whatever in a rack and not the country, but a rack, like a rack server, and do nothing but be trained on AI over and over again. Anyway, we were talking $1 billion demand's gonna go up.
So he thinks a lot of these new graphics cards are going to be used for AI. I don't think so, especially considering how expensive it is to run those sorts of AI-generated tasks with, like, efficiency. You're probably not going to see that. Nobody's going to use, like, a 4090, like a huge rack of 4090s to run some sort of AI thing. It would just be too expensive with all the power draw. You're just going to see these people use like dedicated specialized hardware. Like, again, if I were to guess, there probably is going to be an upcoming GPU shortage, but it's going to be artificial just because of overproduction of the previous series.
It's Professor Dave. Let's talk about cosmology.
He knows a lot about
Sun will become giant. Don't really give a shit about that. I'll probably watch that on my spare time. Thanks for the donation, Grilla.
Not a SARM, it's a growth hormone secretagogue. And so it boosts your growth hormone levels, your IGF-1 in the blood, causes you to get hunger and put on muscle. And so remember, Alex Eubank had made a video in the past and he's told people to take an HH booster, to take a SARM. And I discussed this video, and in that video I described that Alex Eubank did not seem knowledgeable on what he was talking about. And so perhaps he simply was trying to tell people not to take SARMs, but to take a GH booster. Not a SARM, not a hormone, nothing
Isn't that technically a SARM?
banned by water, simply something to boost your growth hormone levels, perhaps vitamins, minerals, and so on. Not unlike taking a test booster like G-Test. There are no banned hormones in here, and you can take this.
Bro, it's so fucking stupid. How much is that G-Test garbage? Yeah. G-Test Premium? 3-test booster. Ashwagandha, Tonkatali, Ali, Fedogia, and can I G-Test is more expensive. D3, B, like, why the fuck is this even in it? And then there's the same shit, basically. Yeah, this would literally do nothing. What's really fucking strange is there is a fair bit of research on nicotine. And it seems...
I'm dead?
I don't know. Trying to find randomized trial. Let me see. Oral nicotine testosterone. That's a rodent study, I think. That's no African journal. Where, I saw a randomized trial. It seems like nicotine use increases both free and total testosterone by roughly 15%, give or take. Yeah, you're a cat. I know. So it's kind of strange how he's trying to charge like what, $30 or $50 a bottle for this crap when you can literally just get nicotine tablets, like a month's supply for a $20 or $30 bottle that probably works as well, if not better. Like, you might have issues with addiction with it, but it's kind of strange how that's never really talked about or touted. I'm guessing it's because partly the stigma with nicotine, but also there's so many companies selling nicotine products that there's not really any way to get into the market to sell this to like fucking insecure gym dumbasses who like think their testosterone isn't high enough, even though they haven't even bothered getting it tested or anything. And they don't even understand how these hormones work. So you have to sell them bullshit like Tomcat Alley. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why people don't just take steroids if they want their testosterone higher. Renee Juarez donated $3. I'm dead. Let me see. Such a good cat. I have a kitty on my chair.
What the fuck I know? I said, watch your fucking mouth. Excuse me. The wrong nigger. I'm the wrong nigger. I'll beat your ass in this motherfucking store. I will beat your ass. Say nigger again. Nigger. You didn't hear what the fuck I just said, bitch? You didn't hear what the fuck I just said? What the fuck I...
Why do these people start fights with black people for no reason? Well, thanks, Renee.
It's perfectly legal. You do not lose your natty card. But in this comment, he's quite literally
like, it's so funny. He says, oh, it'll boost your testosterone, but you're still natural. Like, okay, so why is it not natural to boost your testosterone with steroids, but it is natural to boost your testosterone with something else? Just doesn't make any sense.
listing SARMs and products that some people have not even heard of. I do believe he must have researched SARMs. How would he have listed YK11? Not many people have even heard of this. On top of LGD, M, trying to amass some knowledge about these products.
Yeah, Alex Eubank, probably not a lifetime natty. Sounds like he's experimented with oral steroids here
You get
and
to
there.
show me your new car that I've already seen.
Not everybody's seen it though, not the fans.
Yeah, I like the old school ghetto
Pro wheels,
shitty rims. What is you turn to dolls now? Oh Jesus Christ! You're really fucking regressing.
I'm delusional.
Oh my God! What does this say?
Those are my mom's old pugs.
I kissed a pug and fucking boy. All right, let's see the shit box. Actually, it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be a.
No, I'm keeping it clean.
It's gonna be a dumpster on wheels in about a month.
No, I have to keep it clean by rule. I have no choice.
That's a cute little pink towel.
Jason refuses to get any maintenance on his cars, like even basic maintenance, like changing the oil, and then the engine just fucking takes a shit like a year later. And then he has to get his parents to buy him a new car.
I'll poke it up, pink towel.
That's a nice Acura too. Like, what the fuck?
Not messy. It's clean.
Well, congratulations. It's not messy. It will be.
No, it won't.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You're a baller.
Yeah, I'm a baller. I've been working out 2 hours. I really haven't been putting the work in this morning. I've been up really early. Went by.
Just because you're up early doesn't mean you're putting the work in. You know, it's Cinco de Mayo today. Just an excuse to drink tequila and act like an asshole, huh?
Low impact on my joints. Like a badge.
All right, are we starting with excuses already? It's Friday. We don't make excuses on Friday. What did you do, 5?
I did good form. I mean, I rode my bike this morning, so I'm kind of tired from the bike riding to drain me.
Fuck you and your bike.
I love my bike.
Dude, he's so lazy.
You got a car now. You got a car now.
And a bike, too. Both combos. Stay
Effective use of leg kicks, would you agree?
Let me take a look. That guy must practice Muay Thai. Yeah. He couldn't move after he got kicked in the leg a few times. Just made him numb. Yeah, he can't really use that leg anymore. Yeah, usually it's recommended not to throw any kicks in street fights, but yeah, that was pretty goddamn textbook. He's good. Those were like some pretty solid low leg kicks. Thanks for the donation, Renee. Donated $2.
This is a hotly contested middle school basketball game. Parents pack the stands to watch their sons.
I'm a basketball referee.
Albert Coffin is officiating when a disagreement erupts between players. There's a little pushing and shoving, but this comes at the end of the game.
There were several other players in the vicinity, and I stepped in and said, you know, game's over, game's over.
And that's when one parent, angry about a Coffin call, decided to express his feelings in a very violent way.
A parent of one of the players came running at full speed and hit me in the back. It immediately threw me down face first onto the court.
911.
Hello?
Hey, your phone down, 911. Is everything?
Yes, I called 911. We are in Kenmore Middle School having a basketball game, and one of the parents attacked the referee. His nose is bleeding.
What the fuck,
Cut on
dude?
my nose, bruised my forehead, and my nose started bleeding profusely.
At a middle school boys'
The gym rapidly and said I want him arrested.
Coffin is taken to the hospital. A 215-pound former basketball player.
Parents.
lean, drive a little bit and stay lean.
Where'd you ride your...
Fauzi's having a manic episode right now. Fauzi, what is he on, Kick or Rumble? He's not on Twitch. He got banned on Twitch, right?
Introducing the new Smoky Honey Bacon breakfast sandwiches at Tim's.
He's still on Twitch? I thought he got banned.
When are you coming back?
Monday. I'm celebrating.
Celebrating what?
I had a big move in my business.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Check me out on TikTok, Cassandra Medina.
What is it?
Cassandra Medina.
I got you.
All right, honey.
Have a good one.
Bye. Have fun in Vegas.
I will. I'm sober though. What's up, brother? How you doing?
So what's
She
he
was smoking
doing
by
right
herself
now?
on the patio. Yes, I'm gonna ask her if she smokes.
If he's suspended, how is
See,
he on
guys,
Twitch?
What lesson does that teach you? When you're a grizzly bear, you don't even have to go up to the girls. It comes to you. You attract it. You are the magnet. Seriously, I'm gonna start teaching you all that. I know I've been hella, I love you. Can I suck your toes? I like you. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. That was me trying to get content so I could get a kick deal and get popular and be my true self. It's called playing the game to change the game. I'm gonna show y'all. The way to get a girl, do not give her I love you, I need you, da-da-da. No, you get a girl by showing her I could live just fine without you. I do not need you in any capacity. But if you would like to be in my life and align as partners and help elevate my life as I help elevate yours, I'm down to rock. Give a girl that energy, she's yours. You're not playing games, you don't care, you just, don't ever obsess or double text or call so much. Don't do that, dog.
There's nothing particularly interested going on that I can see.
Your bike to?
I drove my bike this morning to Hypalux on Lawrence, all the way down to Old Buena Beach Boulevard near the Walmart and back.
At what time?
3 a.m.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing up at 3 a.m.? You're a psycho, man.
I went to bed at 8 a.m. and I woke up at 3 p.m.
It's 3 a.m., not 3 p.m.
3 a.m. I'm delusional grandeur.
Why don't you sleep?
I got 8 hours of sleep, but I woke up early because of the way I went to bed.
And by the way, don't blow up my phone at 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't get up at 5 o'clock, bro. I told you I'd be here between 6:30 and 6:45.
Well, sometimes you do come at 6:15, sometimes.
So why the fuck would you text me at 5?
Sorry.
I told you yesterday.
Sorry.
You need to knock it off with your obsessive compulsive behavior.
Compulsive disorder.
Where are you going tonight for Cinco de Mayo?
I don't know. I don't know what I want to do tonight. I don't know.
Since you voted for Trump, you're not allowed to celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
Who said I voted for Trump? All right, let me squats.
But you don't really even need to work your legs.
My legs are gifted.
That's all right.
I'm so lucky I have legs. Grateful.
We all have legs.
Meow meow.
You have the worst form on everything you do. That's why you can't. Well, that's not saying much. Anybody has better form than Lenny.
Anybody. That's for sure.
Why are you talking shit about Leonard? He's like your biggest fan defender.
I know.
I think the only person who might have worse form than Big Lenny is Frank Defano.
No, he's my biggest
chance you get to talk shit about him.
No, I'm just saying he needs to work on his form a little bit. It's a good criticism.
He has legit injury.
Just got done with my workout. Happy birthday, late. Happy birthday, shout out. Happy birthday. Shout out to Amanda. Shout out to Amanda. All right, peace out. Fancy name for calves is Gastronemus.
You potato. Takes one to know one. You
fucking eat sweet yams. It's a yam right there.
Potato head.
Where are your joggers at? You stop wearing the joggers?
Straight joggers are here.
Yeah.
Gay potato. Smell like a rotten onion, like a potato.
Doesn't he?
Potato.
The stench is coming off him like no other.
I've been here 2 hours working out.
Yeah, working out. You've been here for 2 hours.
I just saw you in the parking lot 5 minutes ago.
No, that's when I was done with my workout.
Oh.
I've been here a while, since like 4 o'clock.
He's been stalking me since 5, trying to get me here.
Yeah.
Where did you just work out? We didn't even hear you.
I did back this morning for about 2 hours. Potato head, man. Mr. Potato. Yeah.
See you. Okay.
Jogger potato.
Cookie cutter.
Cookie cutter.
Get your nipple away, you pig.
All right, peace out.
So where are you gonna go tonight?
Wow.
I think I'm gonna go to Atlantic Avenue, West Palm tonight.
Try to give some beaner your wiener.
Yeah.
You're gonna be all out tonight. Ready.
Yeah.
They pound some tequila.
Yeah. All right.
Good cat.
The potato, Brad. How you doing, potato head? Potato.
You want to talk shit?
Potato. Brad's a potato.
Yeah, for hanging out with you.
You're turning scrambled.
Put your nipple away.
Turning scrambled egg.
You want to do this weight?
Yeah, I'll do this way.
Your brains are scrambled. Huh?
This is heavy for making I have injuries.
We're on the Smith machine. We're cheating anyway.
4 major car accidents.
4? I thought it was 5.
5.
Yeah, okay. Why don't you just say you've had 10 major car
It's
accidents?
20 major car accidents.
Not including the numerous times you were dropped as a baby.
And
Prim is such a good cat. Love you, Pridgemo.
empty weight.
Empty weight, I'm done. We're gonna do like
Film.
Just don't film yourself jacking off anymore. Okay?
No, that's not gonna happen.
What's that schmutz in your shirt? What's that from?
My dryer.
Oh, you got all serious all of a sudden. Is that your jack rag, that shirt? Yeah,
Are we gonna work out or shut up? You're the one who's playing with the phone. I'm the one who's filming it. What are you doing, leg extensions?
You know what this exercise is?
Yeah, leg extensions.
So why did you ask?
I was just making sure.
Just making sure.
Just making sure you knew what it was.
We've got to adjust it because we're manlets.
You're doing one leg extensions? I'm gonna
One and go to two.
warming up. Building those quadzilla legs.
Not me, man.
Well, I have the quadzilla legs. Very big legs.
My legs are shit.
They got better though over the years. It looks like, bro.
My legs were a lot bigger 15 years ago.
What happened though? Injuries in the legs?
No, I don't make excuses.
Well, what caused
I
them
couldn't
to
squat for almost 10 years
Oh, because of your back problem, you told me.
because of my legit car accident.
Yeah. It was bad, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What did the guy do? Slam right in you and you...
I got T-boned by a fucking 90-year-old that shouldn't have been driving anyway.
How big were your legs back then? You should show me. How big were they? Really big?
No, I'm not a narcissist. I don't
Were they really big though? Were they really big though?
No, I had
Decent.
I don't know. Bigger than they are now. That's all right. You gotta have the lower body.
To build the top.
Why are you shaking like that?
Because I'm warming up.
Is it too much? Your ass is flying off the seat. Try to keep yourself down. There you go. Come on, dude. I shouldn't have to tell you about legs.
It's a warm up.
It's good. I'm glad I'm not filming you doing the hammer claw curls.
Not everybody hates you. Some people do like you. Don't say everybody hates you. You guys.
How long before? I don't really give a shit. It doesn't matter.
Well, you know what I'm gonna say. Some old lady hit my mom's car and put a dent in it. It's still in there. Already.
I thought it's your car.
It is my car, but my mom gave it to me as a gift.
So that dent on the side just happened?
No, that happened a while ago. That's when my mom had the car. Some fucking 9-year-old in the parking lot of the store hit her. My mom complained. She actually saw the lady who.
Yeah, Florida has like a big retirement community, so you're probably gonna have a lot of old idiots driving there.
Hit her. She said, and she drove off, hit and run. It's called that hit and run shit. She knew she was 90.
Caught her. That's not a hit and run.
She didn't caught her. Yep.
See, that's.
Love my.
And she refused.
That's the problem down here. Is they give any asshole.
They feel sorry for the old people, basically. We're sorry. You can get away with
After
it.
you're 60, 65, you should have a road test every year to see if you can still.
Yeah, eye test, an eye test.
I got hit by an 89-year-old.
They don't care. They give them their license anyway.
Only thing, at least she had good insurance. And you get hit by one of these other that have no insurance, like what happened with Lenny. It's fucked up. You're out of that Hindenburg phase, huh? Lenny's in his Hindenburg phase. He's
How big is he got?
He's 340 right now. Bolts up
Holy
and then he
shit.
starts down.
Doesn't make any sense. It's hard to get extra. It's hard to get extra lean when you're that big. Hard to drop the weight.
He's not. It's just
Big and
fat. His stomach. He's got no fat anywhere else but his stomach. But his
His
stomach's
stomach-
hard as a rock. It's weird, man. Guy's a fucking alien.
Well, Jason has gotten catfished quite a few times, and if you want to know how big his dick is, his nudes are online. I've never searched because I don't want to see it.
Put your nipple away, please. I don't want to see it. Why don't you wash that shirt and shrink it a little bit so your tits don't come flying out of it?
Mm-hmm.
Or just make it into a stringer.
That'd be badass. Order 66 stringer.
Nobody bought those things because they didn't rebought it? What? What the fuck are you talking about? Why the fuck would you do that?
I don't know.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm delusional.
Have you ever even been into a pawn store?
Yeah.
For what?
Quick cash.
Oh my god. See guys, this is what happens when you send this guy free shit. It's sitting in a pawn store right now. Because asshole needed some fucking donut money. I'm gonna do leg press, some lunges, some hack squat. What's the matter? You done already?
No.
Why do you keep checking the time?
Well,
Is that what's wrong?
no, there's something. Sometimes it stops. It stopped. That's why I was looking at it. You were in
How many plates is that?
12, 13.
Enough of that. Your joints are fine.
Not in my back.
Looking for excuses.
Not in my back. Not in my back. They are. My back is mangled.
You got to build that upper body though, dude.
Yeah,
You're way fucking out of proportion. Look, see that? Nothing. You're doing 20 plates today. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hear about stupid injuries.
He had a bad upper body development. He always had bad upper body development compared to his legs. His legs were always dominant over his upper body. It's true. That's why he always won third or second place in the Mr. Olympia and never won first because his upper body was out of proportion.
Who gives a fuck?
He had big legs,
Care
but no
about it.
good upper body development.
You finished second or third at the Olympia. That's still pretty good.
For an old man.
Oh man, you're 32 years old. Huh?
I feel old.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a fucking shame.
Yeah, if I'm motivating somebody.
All right. I think we shall end the stream here. It is quite late. But I should see you all tomorrow. Good chance I will be streaming early, like around 4, because Hamzaden's going to be doing his stream, and I wanted to debate him. So we'll see how that goes. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it, everyone. And sweet dreams.